Stardate 54006.4. We've been docked at Starbase 21 on our new assignment for a few days now. We still haven't received a whole lot of word on what happened on Earth and in the nebula. Starfleet security is still following up, and they haven't come to any conclusions about the events on ESD yet. In other news, we have an admiral coming on board today. No word on what she's coming on board for, but hopefully it'll have something to do with new orders. In Captain's log.
So, for a while here, you guys have some free roleplay, if you wish to do that before Admiral Nia comes on board.
I will not be in my office.
Okay. I guess I'll put myself at my little station here. Who's the blank icon?
That's me.
Oh, we've got 2 Commander Jones now.
What?
You have 2. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't see them for a second.
Keep in mind, Tereshkova is currently docked inside Starbase 21. While the ship doesn't need much supplies, they are taking on some other supplies lately that's been ordered by the Admiral. And the Admiral will be meeting you shortly to discuss where those supplies will be going.
Where is he?
Other than that,
where is the Admiral going to be meeting us? On the ship?
Board the ship.
On board the ship, but right now, the meeting is only scheduled between the captain and the XO and herself.
Okay.
So
I won't need to post... Alright, I was just wondering if I need to post security officers anywhere to...
Well, yeah, we're going to handle that.
Okay. And we're taking on cargo, though? I think. You said?
You are currently, yes, taking on cargo.
Okay. Suppose I'll just be supervising that from my security station. Commander Joan just got enormous, so...
Oh.
XO and can you bring the tactical officer into the... What is this room called that I'm in? It's a planning room? Drawing room?
Briefing room.
Planning room.
Into the planning room.
Aye, Captain. Lieutenant Vogel, you have the con.
Aye, sir.
Could be a ward room. Yeah, we'll probably call it the ward room.
Commander?
Yes, sir.
He's not a commander.
Oh, no?
He's a lieutenant.
Is... Lieutenant? Oh. Lieutenant, sorry.
Yeah. The doctor, I think, is the only other commander on board.
I have a ship. I have a version of the Tereshkova pulled up on the display pad. Everything's in good order as I look towards the XO.
Everything appears to be in order, moving things along rather smoothly. Haven't had too much issue with starbase operations. Still expecting the Admiral at the appointed time.
Any news from security this morning? And I'll look towards you.
No incidents that have been reported to me, sir. As the commander said, we seem to be taking on cargo just fine.
Okay. What do you have on procedures for welcoming an admiral on board?
Okay, out of character, do I have that sort of...
I mean, there's baseline
Yeah.
baseline stuff you would expect, but he's asking you more in personal. Have you developed a plan for this?
Well, sir, I mean, while we are posted at a starbase, and I trust the crew to not cause any incidents, I suppose, considering what comes with bringing an admiral aboard, I would recommend posting security at least nearby to wherever you're meeting with the admiral and ensuring it. The admiral's a woman, right?
Yes.
I'm ensuring that she is escorted throughout the vessel by one, perhaps two officers. That would be my recommendation.
While security is important, I'm more focused on the pomp and circumstance, as some admirals seem to be.
I'm afraid that wouldn't, pomp and circumstance has never been my, specialty, sir. But, well, I suppose it wouldn't be entirely unexpected to wear dress uniforms while meeting an admiral, but perhaps that would be considered too formal. It would depend on the admiral's attitude, I suppose, sir.
Well, this is our first time meeting this admiral, and she's going to be in direct command of the fleet that we're a part of, so I think dress is appropriate. You probably go ahead and select a yeoman from your staff and have them and a bosun's whistle and probably a handful of security officers present for when the admiral comes on board.
In dress, sir?
Everyone should be in full dress.
Of course, sir.
Sir, should we assemble the senior staff to greet her, or is it merely going to be... As I recall, she wanted to meet with yourself and I.
I think full senior staff for when she comes on board, and then the three of us can retire to the conference room here on the bridge.
Aye, sir.
Would you like me to post officers outside of the conference room, sir? Do you ensure that you aren't interrupted?
Well, we can all return to the bridge, and a few of the officers who take part in the ceremony can stand outside. And have a yeoman from... Let's show off our sciences division a little bit. Have a yeoman from the sciences division prepare or have refreshments delivered to the conference room.
Yes, sir. Who would be in charge of our science division?
That would be...
Vogel, I think.
Yeah, Lieutenant Vogel's the one's assigned to that post, position.
You can pass those orders on to Lieutenant Vogel. She should be at the ceremony anyways.
Yes, sir.
In fact, if she wishes to take part even more, you can offer her the option to bring the refreshments herself rather than send a yeoman. Some people like to parade in front of an admiral every once in a while. I wouldn't deny her that opportunity.
All right, so I'll deliver those orders to pass those orders on to Lieutenant Vogel, then, sir, and I'll select a security team to, well, not supervise, but escort the admiral to the conference room. I'm just.
And Commander, you'll organize the rest of the senior staff to be present in the appropriate uniform.
Aye, sir, I can arrange for that.
Well, what other business of the day do we have?
Well, currently, we still have the matter of the Lieutenant Newman, who hasn't quite been dealt with up till now. She hasn't really been folded into the ship formally, but we haven't exactly discharged her onto Starbase yet.
I don't know that we have a particular need for her specialities, but it is a large ship with many departments that aren't always necessarily aligned with the role of the ship. So there's opportunity for her. I guess.
Sorry.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I'll apologize for interrupting you, sir, but if I
Don't
may,
worry about it. We don't have a whole lot of time for all of that in morning briefings.
Right. But if I may put my opinion forward, I'd be concerned about, well, considering the emotional trauma that I'm sure Lieutenant Newman is going through, I'd be concerned about keeping her aboard the vessel without a formal counselor to, well, for lack of a better phrase, ensure she remains emotionally stable.
Real quick, I'm just going to assume that we have a counselor, even though we don't have a player character for it. I mean,
you would. I would say at least for a ship this size, and that's kind of mandatory on all Federation vessels past, essentially the 2280s. That's kind of when they started actually formally having counselors on board ships.
In that case, ignore what I just said, I suppose.
So what I can say is, if you guys want to make a supporting character for that role, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah.
I'll put a sheet out there.
Does someone have a good name that I can run with real quick while we create that? We don't have any. Species do we not have?
Don't have any betazoids, do we?
No, but that seems a little
stereotypical.
Let's have a Bajoran.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Religious counselor.
A lieutenant commander that's a Bajoran, recently folded in to Starfleet.
I don't know if that's a good idea, but
surely there are medical personnel who serve.
What about
a Deltan? Let's do a Deltan.
We do have a science officer who's got linguistics and cultural studies.
Who is that?
Ensign Aunura. They're an ensign, but they've got 10 presence. Not high medicine, but high science. It seems very social.
They would not. That's more for.
Wouldn't be qualified.
That's rudimentary medical knowledge. That's basically field medicine at a level 2. It's nothing special.
Never mind them.
Yeah, unless they had of a medicine of 4, I don't think they'd really be qualified as a counselor.
And then, if I may just clarify, sir, I have orders to deliver to Lieutenant Vogel, and in addition to, well, I suppose giving her the option of selecting a yeoman, or potentially herself to serve refreshments, you would like me to select a security team to ensure that the admirals stay here, remain safe.
The security team doesn't need any hardware other than what they normally have. They're more there for show than they are for enforcement. We're aboard of very powerful vessels. I'm not entirely worried about her security. So long as, me and the commander will be there, and I'm sure she'll have her own staff, so it's...
I'm sure.
It's more we're honoring the uniform and her presence aboard than any actual security concern.
Perhaps, if that's the case, then would you prefer that I, Just to act as a representative of the security team, I suppose, as part of the senior staff, be a part of that team?
Your presence is required, and that's regardless of the
Of course.
security division, because you're a senior staff member.
Right. Apologize, sir. I'm still, well, I've been trained, but, I've never served aboard a starship before.
Well, don't worry too much about it, Lieutenant. All the pomp and circumstance of station work is the same on a ship. It's just think of it as a moving station. Grins at that.
It's certainly more, friendly than the, quote-unquote pomp and circumstance of, well, where I grew up. Which is more, don't speak up too much or you'll find yourself in a ditch the next morning. Too dark?
A
We
little,
don't have any-
Lieutenant.
We don't have any ditches, Lieutenant.
I don't know. Holograms could pull it up.
Perhaps.
Please, no executing senior staff members, XO.
I suppose it is against regulation.
Shall I, get to work then, sir?
Yes, and have the counselor inform me more directly on the status of Newman and whether or not. Well, why don't you take care of that? The XO can handle this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Commander, go ahead and coordinate with the counselor to see whether or not Newman should remain on board or if other duties fit her better.
Aye, sir.
At this, Rital will sort of stand at attention and briefly glance towards the door.
I believe the lieutenant's waiting to be dismissed, Captain.
Oh, Lieutenant, that's not necessary. Just go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Snap a sharp, quick little salute and then move back towards the bridge.
What are you
So-
teaching security these days?
I don't know. I think it's probably spending too long on a station.
Mm.
Then again, I've noticed a lot of the crew seem to have a greater respect for tradition, shall we say, than I'm used to. I think that may have been a side effect of serving under certain officers.
I suppose. Do you, Captain? Do you know anything about this admiral? I've never worked with her before. I was hoping you may have met her before this in your career.
No, I'm afraid it's a pretty big service. I don't think we've ever crossed paths.
So,
Then
let's see.
again, she seems to have been out here on the front lines for a while, and I have not been out on the front lines in a long time. So I don't think we would have had the opportunity.
I suppose, sir. By the way, I did want to ask you, and I wanted to wait till we had a moment, but I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I'm grateful, but I'm surprised you've kept me on after the Sarek incident. I know at the time you kind of took me as the nearest senior officer, but I imagine I didn't make too many friends in the command ranks after Captain Sarek.
His failings are not your failings. In my opinion, a captain is going to live and die by his ability to work with his crew, and your former captain seems to have lost all ability to do that. That's his fault, not yours.
Aye, sir. Is there anything else you need of me, sir? I can get to handling these duties for now.
I think let's go ahead and schedule a battery of level 3s on major ship systems.
Level 3 drills. All systems.
I think we got enough time for those to be carried out. Let's postpone that till after the Admiral leaves, but I think
We
we
could
can
probably
get
do
those
some.
done.
We could probably do some level 3s even while in transit. Doesn't require anything to be shut down. As long as we're not at yellow alert status, it's not against protocol. We can even get away with a level 2 randomly during the trip, depending on how far we're going. Just to keep people on their toes.
I prefer to use as much downtime as possible to do these rather than in motion. We can do them in motion, but if we have free time, it's better to use that.
Aye, sir. Actually, sir, wasn't the Admiral coming along with the cargo? That was my understanding.
My only orders are that she is coming aboard.
Oh.
She's given no indications other than that she's coming aboard and what time.
I have misunderstood, Captain. Then
Real quick, Jim, do I know if she's coming on board via transporter or via an actual... I guess she's coming across the actual gangplank.
It would be the docking hatch where she would
Okay.
come in at.
Okay, well, make sure everyone's assembled by 08:45.
08:45, aye.
I think that's all.
Very good, sir.
And what time is it now, GM?
It's getting close. I mean, Alpha Shift just reported for duty, so get about probably 40 minutes or so.
Okay, then I'll start heading for my quarters to change.
Commander Joan to all senior staff, please prepare for flag officer visit. Dress uniform at docking hatch. Be there by as soon as possible. Commander Joan to Chief Medical.
This is the doctor.
Hello. I would request that you have you had a counseling session set up for Lieutenant Newman yet?
I I set her up with the grief counselor shortly after breaking the news to her.
Very good. I would request that you have a fitness evaluation set up. We are considering putting her into regular rotation, but we want to make sure she's still good for ready service. Do you think that would be doable in the near future?
Yeah, after I can look at it after this thing we've been summoned to.
Very good. Thank you, Doctor.
No problem, Commander. And then as the comm cuts out, looks at sick bay and goes, "Well, one doctor in a monkey suit coming up," and she goes to her quarters to change.
Commander Joan to Chief of Operations.
Go ahead, Commander.
Yes, I would like you to schedule after the Admiral's visit, a level 3 diagnostic drills across all systems.
Understood, Commander. I'll notify all department heads.
Thank you. And, oh right, I have to change. And he'll step out and head to his quarters to change into uniform, into dress.
My mic might be a little too sensitive.
Just get all ASMR about it. Hello, everyone. I'm your security officer. No.
I'll be your security officer today.
No, I was kidding.
God. ASMR security officers.
Best interrogation or worst interrogation ever? Anyway.
It depends on the person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, Caleb's here.
Get some Funky Kong ASMR going for interrogation.
So, okay, I'm going to catch up real quick. The Tereshkova is docked at Starbase 21. They're taking on some supplies. The captain has asked everyone to get in their dress uniform because Rear Admiral Nea is about to board the vessel for a meeting with the captain and commander at 0900 hours.
I suppose I should give the orders to Lieutenant Vogel. I don't know.
To be the ship's waitress, I got it.
Yeah, and select.
You
well,
were
I guess,
given an option, though.
Yeah, you can either be the ship's waitress or you can assign someone that you don't like that's in your department to be the ship's waitress.
Oh no, it's fine. I'll be the ship's waitress.
Very well. Well, you've made your bed. Oh God, no. If that's our rear admiral, I'm mute. I'm going back to the Romulus. Fuck it. And then I guess after Rotala hands those orders off to Lieutenant Vogel, she'll go back to her quarters to get dressed.
So yeah, so I'll go. I guess they're wanting the admiral to meet in the conference room or whatever. So I will prepare the refreshment.
You know what? I'll make you roll for this. So give me a what to make this roll.
It's something science, I think.
No, actually, I'm thinking it's going to be con. The reason
For
why
formalities.
is for formalities.
Oh.
So
Control
give me-
con?
No, it's going to be a presence plus con.
Or
difficulty 1.
if you're inventive and you want to try new things, it could be daring con.
If you want to stick to procedure exactly, it could be control con.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine daring con is like serving a nice hot curry for a meeting.
Or just go in a full experimental restaurant, you know? Like all the really high-end, like Michelin star stuff that they kind of serve food, but it's more art than food.
Does the ship get any assist?
You don't.
Replicators?
No, I don't think it's needed.
All right, I was just trying. I'm just gonna roll it. Huzzah!
Roll 2 zeros, just serve the Admiral Space
All
McDonald's.
right. You have presented the conference room in a very formal manner, nearly almost in a way sort of a banquet type thing. There's very many croissants and other delicacies replicated. And other morning drinks out of coffee and other teas.
Nice continental breakfast type of thing.
Pretty much.
It's classic, nothing wrong with that.
Unless, of course, we find out that the Admiral's like vegetarian or something.
Well, no, continental breakfast is mostly...
I think there's eggs in a
Bread.
continental breakfast.
I don't think
It's-
so.
Unless they're just that weird and don't eat bread. Because it's mostly bread.
I mean, even if they are vegetarian, like, it's replicated, so it's not like an animal was hurt at any point.
That's vegan, though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they're preferentially vegetarian, then it might be a problem, but if it's ethically, then there's no... Okay, yeah, no. Continental breakfast is a light breakfast, typically consisting of coffee and rolls with butter and jam.
Ah,
So we're safe, as long as they're not vegan. Watch the Admiral be allergic to all of the things we're serving.
yeah. So the idea of letting you serve was so that you could like do it in front of an admiral, not do it before the admiral gets there, so that you could have a chance to show off your medals and look shiny. But you went ahead and prepped early.
Shows initiative. I like that corgi.
That's leading from the front right there. That's the type of officer we like to see. Bagel in hand, leading from the front.
Take notes. So I'm just doing all that stuff.
All right, what is everyone else doing?
After the doctor gets in her monkey suit, she will walk to where she is supposed to be, and
Same
close to
with
the time.
Sa- Same with the lieutenant.
Doctors probably actually put on makeup, like, you know.
I can say for certain that Rotala won't have makeup on, but she's cleaned up.
What about everybody? So,
I think everybody is headed there except for Vogel and the engineer.
So everyone that matters, you mean?
shots fired.
There we go. Damn straight.
Watch out. Vogel has a bagel.
I have Romulan alcohol. Because the embargo's over. Probably set someone on fire. Yeah, it is. It ended, it was either part of the temporary alliance in the Dominion War, or at the end of it, they lifted the Federation lifted the embargo on Romulan ale. It's mentioned in one of the DS9 episodes. Not that Rotala's drinking Romulan ale on the job.
I'm guessing Calum probably is on his way to the transporter room too, since technically he is chief of engineering.
Oh,
Hindrance.
docking.
Yeah, well, wherever.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where we're meeting the Admiral.
All right. Anything else?
Should we present like a... Now, it would probably be excessive to put together a gift basket for our routine visit.
Why don't you do that and we'll see what happens?
Okay, you know what? If the captain wants me to, I'll try to put something
Well,
together.
Well, the captain doesn't want you to, but
The doctor, however, might suggest it, just as a joke. But if Ritala takes it seriously, that's on
Oh,
her.
no, I mean, should I roll insight to see if I take it seriously? I mean, I feel like, yeah, no, a gift basket's pretty excessive. She's only a rear admiral. I don't think it's not necessary at all.
Gift baskets don't come till you're a vice admiral.
Yeah,
She's only an admiral.
a rear admiral.
Which
Only
is
a
not,
flag officer.
it's not even the problem with giving the basket, though. It's just awkward.
Yeah, especially since I have 7 presents, so I don't
Like-
think I should be in charge of gift basketing.
That would just make it better.
It's just a bottle of Romulan. It's just several bottles of Romulan ale. That's it.
Okay.
No gift basket. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ritala's dress uniform's very well kept. It's almost like it hasn't been worn ever. It's, brand new looking.
Lieutenant, you need to break this out a little more. It's a little stiff. I think the starch is still there.
Starch is supposed to be there.
Well, no, I mean the
Well-
starch that comes with it when it's first replicated. It's supposed to be a little
Well,
loose.
Ritala's isn't the only one that looks pretty much pristine.
Yeah.
Well, I like to think I maintain it quite well, sir.
Looks good though.
Oh wait,
Otherwise-
Ritala has a medal that she should be wearing on her dress uniform. Actually, I forgot about that.
I think everyone has varying degrees of
Yeah.
badges.
Yeah.
Because even
Starfleet-
Spock had like 3 or something like that. McCoy had
Yeah.
a couple.
I think the notable
Oh,
one.
they don't do that in the Next Generation.
No.
That's TOS.
Yeah,
They-
that is TOS.
There is one from TNG.
You have medals, but you don't wear them on your dress uniform.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just display them. Like you're medaled at the time of the award, but after that you don't wear it on your dress. You just wear your pips
Oh.
and your dress and your actual. Although by now we've probably transitioned into the white jackets instead of the long robes.
Yeah, they're the white jackets for this.
You might they might be worn at official functions and stuff, but this is not like Class A. This is like
Fair enough,
maybe like
yeah.
Class B or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're just dressing up for the admiral. It's like, oh, the admiral's here. Yeah, let's
wear
dress up a
my-
little bit.
no need to wear my medals and stuff.
Besides, Elder
Yeah.
doesn't need to be embarrassed by Joan having more medals.
Let's see. The doctor's looks well kept, but old. She looks uncomfortable in it.
Try shrugging your shoulders a little bit. It'll settle a little bit more on the back.
It has never fit right since I got the damn thing. She just says.
Well, put in when you get a free time. Put in for the tailor. We have one aboard ship, so you can get it fitted properly. Last thing you want is to have it bunch up when we're in front and start itching when you're in front of alien delegations.
That's
Well,
fair.
Not that
Maybe
the
some
admiral.
of them. Maybe itching is a greeting for some alien delegations.
But you want to be doing that on purpose, not because your uniform's itchy.
Fair enough, Commander.
So,
Sir.
real quick, so you guys are lined up at the hatchway. My question is, are there any, do you have a yeoman in a dress uniform, to sound the whistle and all that fancy jazz, or are you guys just
Yes.
lined up?
No, there's the senior staff, and there's a yeoman from the security division with the whistle, and there should be another 3 or 4 security officers also standing by. So there's probably 4 or 5 people on each side of the hallway.
I imagine most of, if not all of the listed security supporting characters.
And I think this is the commander's domain. This is normally something the XO does. The actual orders and whatnot.
Look at him finally learning what an XO does.
He orders
Correct.
Peaceful to whistle.
All right. All of you are lined up with the honor guard and everything. In the hatchway, you see a rather tall not like super tall. Black hair woman, probably roughly in her late 30s, walking with a gentleman as she's looking down at her pad and talking with another commander. As she steps onto the game plank, she hands the pad, dismisses, and walks over, and she enters the Tereshkova, and as she looks at all of you, she kind of has this blank look upon her face, seeing the entourage. Captain Elder, permission to come on board.
Permission granted. I kind of nudged the XO.
I look back. She hasn't. A whisper. She hasn't stepped across yet.
I just kind of keep looking forward.
Ritala is eerily still, almost. Not to the point where she looks uncomfortable, but she's very like aside from breathing and blinking on occasion, she's barely moving. Hands behind her back, sort of in an at ease position, almost at ease, but not more, a bit more tight.
Doctor is standing as she should, but is slightly amused at this entire situation. So, yeah.
So she steps on board. You can definitely tell by her irises that she is Betazoid. They are solid black in nature. She looks at you, Captain, and goes, I believe this is a little too much. Captain, I do appreciate the gesture, but this was not needed.
Standard protocol, Admiral, and you never want to be the captain that welcomes an admiral. I wouldn't mind being the one that occasionally over-welcomes.
Ritala loosens up a little bit at that.
Shall we retire to the conference room, Admiral?
Yes, we have urgent business to discuss. I do appreciate the gesture, Captain, but keep in mind, you don't need to play those formalities with me. For the
Understood.
future.
I turn to the XO. Commander, you can disband the welcome party.
All hands at ease. Back to your stations.
At ease.
And I show her the way to the turbo lift.
Ritala will fall, sort of not yell at her security team to fall in, but just for them to fall in behind her, and then they'll go back to their duties. Okay, I'm glad I didn't go with the gift basket.
Yeah, that might have been a mistake.
Yeah.
Commander Joan to Lieutenant Vogel.
Yes, Commander.
Admiral's on her way. Be ready. Are you ready?
We're set up here, sir.
All right.
I kind of turn around as we're walking and look at the commander and kind of do like a stop it motion. Like, I'm not really saying anything because I'm standing right next to the admiral, but it's kind of, you kind of see some gestures that don't look approving.
I smile and shrug as we continue on.
Riker 2.0.
The doctor goes immediately back to her quarters to switch uniforms because this one's uncomfortable.
Yeah, Ritala is gonna do the same.
So, Admiral, do you have our next set of orders?
I do indeed, Captain. But we'll discuss that when we reach the conference room. There are some other matters I wish to talk to you about before we get underway.
When we get underway, are you joining us, Admiral?
Why, yes, I am, Captain.
Oh,
I'll explain all that here in a bit.
okay. Would you like us to go ahead and set up quarters for you? I could go ahead and have the EXO get that process started so that once we're done, you have a place to go. And have you decided if you would like to station yourself on the battle bridge or on the main bridge?
I think being on the main bridge for this mission would be appropriate, Captain. I'm merely going to be here for as observational purposes for the duration of your mission that's coming up.
Understood. Would you like to make use of my... Would you like to make use of the ready room during your stay? I don't much use it myself, so you're more than welcome to.
I don't see that as needed at this time, Captain. Turbolift comes to a halt. The doors slide open.
Attention on deck, Admiral present.
Just this way to the conference room, Admiral.
Of course.
I kind of point towards Vogel's handiwork. This may be part of that over preparation we did just in case, but you're more than welcome to enjoy anything we have laid out here.
Well, you definitely know how to treat a guest aboard your ship, Captain. I will say that, which might be needed for this upcoming mission if you do take all the precautions that I see here that you've done so far. Lieutenant Vogel, thank you for all your hard work. You're dismissed.
Thank you, Admiral.
See, I told you. She knows your name now.
Please forgive our indulgences, Admiral. I was brought up to make sure a guest feels, if nothing else, overwelcome, as the captain pointed at earlier.
Let me say that's not with me. I prefer a more hands-on approach and like to get in the muck with my officers.
As you say, Admiral.
You wouldn't have happened to have been an engineer, would you, Admiral?
No, I was not.
Oh, straight through the command track?
You could say that in a way.
So, Admiral, how can we be of assistance to you?
Well, first and foremost, I like to get to the point. Your last mission before you were assigned to under my division as the restructure for the 10th Expeditionary Fleet, I do want to go over the loss of the USS Sarek. It said here after you trailed the Sarek to the Petreka Nebula, the vessel was destroyed inside the nebula. Some sort of automated, or they activated the self-destruct when you engaged the tractor beam. Is that correct?
All indications point towards that, but it could also be from stress on the ship's hull related to its unorthodox transit into the nebula. But self-destruction does seem like the most likely cause.
And you were not able to obtain or gather any other information other than that when the Sarek, the perpetrators, hailed you, it was some sort of automated message or recording.
Yes, they seemed to be less interested in survival than they were in gaining the upper hand, so they employed unorthodox tactics.
Additionally, Admiral, when we hailed them the second time, the tone and intonation was exact as the first time, as if akin to a pre-programmed hollow image.
Would you suspect that it was some sort of, I would say, advanced AI?
Unlikely. It seemed like a hologram. If it had had an advanced AI, we probably wouldn't have noticed that it was a repeat.
Yeah, at this time, Admiral, I don't think we gathered enough information at that time to make that determination.
And you weren't able to board the Sarek at all during the supposed 30 minutes that you were with it?
We made no when it was clear that the ship was not abandoned, we made no hostile overtures, and that included boarding. The safety of the hostage was paramount.
And yet you weren't able to recover the hostage.
As I say, the people on board, if there were any people left on board, seemed more inclined to trickery than to survival, and they unnecessarily caused the destruction of the Sarek and themselves, and possibly the officer on board, in an attempt not to be captured.
Are you even sure there was anyone on board the Sarek, Captain?
No, that's why I've listed the crew as missing, presumed dead. We have no reason to believe there was any opportunity for them to escape, although due to the nebula we can't guarantee that, so that's why we have assigned that particular designation.
Understood. Seems like everything is in order on that department for the most part. As for what's happened at ESD, good job. Toronto Starfleet Headquarters was working up on their own plan. They were getting ready to erect portable tractor beam emitters to try and safely capture the starbase so it wouldn't degrade into orbit until they could fix the problems on the station that was caused by the security breach. From what I am told by Starfleet Security, the security breach has been closed. There was some sort of exploit that was found that was created about 6 months ago. As to who created, we're still working that out. But for the most part, all indications have pointed to a new faction of some sort that's at play here. Starfleet Intelligence and Starfleet Security are still gathering more data. I will endeavor to keep you and other members of the fleet obliged on that.
Well, we thank you, Admiral. Information is the key to victory.
Indeed it is, Captain. As for your assignment, I'm ordering the Tereshkova to head to a planet known as Yuvara III. The cargo you take on is medical supplies for the Yuvanians. who are currently dealing with a plague outbreak of unknown origins. The Yuvanians are while they're not a member of the Federation, they are a valued trade partner, as as their mines produce many of the metals that are needed in starship construction. They've been a long-standing trade member of the Federation for over 100 years now. And we do have a defense pact with them. And they are very peaceful. This is both a diplomatic mission as well. We are trying to keep the Yuvarians, their safety is utmost important, as well as diplomatic ties with the Yuvarians. Sorry, Yuvanians.
Understood, Admiral. We will make sure to limit contact to those authorized to engage in diplomacy in order to protect the relationship.
Very good. The planet is not very far from it. It's only about 15 light years. One of the many reasons why Starbase 21 was constructed at this location, for the trade and other safety of worlds around here.
I stand up and go to a console and pull up a map of the region.
Just have to go to that fleet map, huh?
Ooh, that's a cool planet.
We don't talk about that planet.
Oh, okay. Never mind. That's an ugly planet. I hate it.
That's
So, right where my mouse is, or where it's coming up at, is where the system is at. Not too far.
Ooh, towards the Tholian.
Wow.
well, it's pretty deep in Federation space.
Yeah. Look, the Tholians are scary, alright?
Do we have any plans to push for induction into the Federation? Or is that suspended?
That is currently suspended, Captain. Right now, we really wish to maintain relationships with the Yuvanians. Reason why is they have no interest in indoctrination into the Federation. For lack of better terms, they don't have starships of their own. They don't travel outside their home world. They are perfectly content remaining their planet on their home world. And we should not get involved in the politics of other races, though they are very open to other ideas and cultures.
And I presume that they have, they at least have warp technology, or did we initiate relationships before?
All indication is they've had the technology, they just don't use it. When we first made contact with the Yuvanians, it was through subspace. And there was no risk of the Prime Directive. They were very open and wanting to greet the vessel that initiated first contact with them.
And what is their stance on tricorders and personal defense weapons?
It is permitted, however, there are certain locations that are off limits. They are a very spiritual people, so be mindful of their customs.
We'll go ahead and Commander, you'll assemble an instruction set for anyone that needs to go down to the planet.
Aye, sir.
And as for my role, on this mission, Captain, is I'm merely an observer. I wish to observe, for lack of better terms, you and your crew on how they handle this assignment.
Oh, you're welcome to stay as long as is necessary, Admiral.
Admiral, will you be bringing any other staff with you?
No, they have their own duties to attend to.
Do you need us to assign a personal assistant to you for your stay? I have enterprising young lieutenants who would all love the opportunity. And he kind of smirks as he says that.
If I'm needed an assistant, I will ask for one, but for right now, I do not see a need for that. Do you have any
Admiral,
further questions for me? Sorry?
Actually, yes, Admiral. Do we have any preliminary medical data that our doctors could look over? Something from the planet or from Starfleet Medical?
There is all data has been transferred to the Tereshkova.
Okay.
Your doctor and science officer just needs to comb through the data and pick out any relevant information that they find.
Yes, Admiral. That's my only concern at this time. I look over at the captain.
I think we've got everything we need. I will officially acknowledge the orders, and we can get you quarters assigned to Admiral. I believe none of our diplomatic apartments are occupied, so you're very much welcome to occupy one of those. Or if you require something more standard, either mine or the commander's quarters can be made available.
The diplomatic corps should prove to be fine or adequate, Captain.
Well, and I'll bring up the orders on the pad and officially acknowledge them. I think, unless you have anything else for us, Admiral, we should be getting underway.
No, I do not. If you don't mind, Commander Joan, if you could see to where my quarters are at for the time being.
Yes, Admiral, I can do that.
As soon as the supplies are fully loaded onto your ship, Captain, I suggest we depart immediately. Time is of the essence on this one.
Agreed. Is there anything further, Admiral?
No, there's not. You're dismissed, Captain.
Commander, I will leave you to organize quarters and finish off Alpha Shift. I will gather some of our science team to get them started on their tasks.
Aye, sir.
And I'll start heading out.
If you'll follow me, Admiral, I'll lead you to your quarters.
Thank you, Commander.
Captain to Chief Medical Officer, Chief of Science, and who did we bring over Reaver? Yeah. And to Head Nurse Reaver, please assemble in the main medical bay. At your earliest convenience.
Doctor looks up at Nurse Reaver and shrugs at her.
And I'll be heading down there too.
I will head there as
In
well.
Medbay. Yeah. The doctor is already in Medbay.
All right. As you're taking the ride down the turbolift, Commander, to show the Admiral to her quarters, she looks at you and asks, "So, Commander Joan, you have started with a lot of captains before. What is your take on Captain Elder?"
Seems rather relaxed. Scary when you first meet him, but the crew seems to be taking to him well enough. But I haven't seen him under too many missions yet, so it's hard to make an evaluation. Do you have concerns about the captain, Admiral?
Not at this time. I was wondering if he handled himself well under pressure or not.
He seemed to handle the incident at Earthdock rather well. He took to orders, got a crew together in a hurry. As I recall, he was short-staffed when the incident started, and was able to get them running smoothly fairly quickly once we were underway and chasing the Sarek.
That's good to hear. I was just troubled by his last action fleet report that he gave.
Well, it's understandable. It's rather frustrating when our enemies are able to strike us that close to home. It can make one feel how do I put it? A bit overwhelmed, a bit of out of control, and that's a thing that none of us in command are really comfortable with for any amount of time. Never mind the fact the last time Earth was under such danger wasn't since the war.
This is true. The Bring did do a heavy blow to Earth during their sneak attack.
Although I will say that, as you may have seen in my report as well, that I had similar concerns about the ease at which our enemy was able to evade Starfleet. It was... I mean, certain officers may suspect incompetence. I suspect a grand conspiracy, but that may be my old adjunct days speaking on that, Admiral. I could be just jumping at shadows for all I know.
Well, all preliminary reports, like I said earlier, point to there is no security, considering the breach that happened in the security network, and this plan was very well orchestrated. It would have been very difficult for anyone to see what transpired until it was too late.
I find it interesting that they're able to. They timed their fleet movement rather well. One wrong, if even as fast as they were, if they ran to that nebula at the wrong time, they were going to run smack dab into a patrol vessel. They got through 2 sectors of space without being halted. That's impressive, if nothing else.
They were very lucky. It was unfortunate that the Monarch, even though it was mere hours away from the Sarek at the time, did not receive the hail due to the region of space that they are in.
Have you heard any word about this commander? This so-called, she tried to masquerade herself as part of Starfleet Special Operations, but I wasn't aware we had a Special Operations branch active anymore.
Neither was I, Commander. It is, but for most indications, Commander Sophia King does not exist.
Have the Newmans been looked into?
They have. They've been looked into multiple times, especially after the incident at a black site, and their records come back clean every time. So,
The only reason I ask is we were looking to, my captain and I were looking at inducting the sister into our ship, assuming she's fit for medical passage. But I wanted to make sure she wasn't under investigation while we were doing that.
she is currently not. As for her sister, though, Starfleet Intelligence is still investigating as to why this group would want to kidnap her.
What they need a cyberneticist for, I don't know, ma'am.
Everybody, from what I'm told, though, Lieutenant Lily Newman was on the path to being almost the next soon. Her field in cybernetics was quite ingenious, from what I've read.
And here are your quarters, ma'am. Should be nice and roomy. Thankfully, we haven't had a lot of visitors yet, so no one's stained the carpet.
Thank you, Commander. I will see you on the bridge shortly.
May I ask you one other thing, Admiral?
Certainly.
I'm sure you might be aware. I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but I have been investigating some of the claims of one Captain Starex about incidents leading up to his dismissal. I was wondering if you knew how far those accusations had gone, or how much investigation has occurred since the report.
I've not been briefed on former Captain Starex. He has been discharged from service, and his trial is still ongoing.
Aye, Admiral. Just wanted to check in, I suppose. You have more access than I do.
From what I can tell, most of the incident involving the device was orchestrated by a rogue group of Starfleet Intelligence operatives.
Do you believe that's something we need to worry about, Admiral? I'm not as familiar with the command and intelligence structure here. I was posted a lot further coreward than here, so I'm not as well versed in it.
At this time, Commander, I wouldn't be too much concerned with it. There is still an ongoing investigation into that, and they're essentially trying to pull out every weed they can.
Very good, Admiral. Sorry to keep you.
No problem, Commander. Like I said, I will see you on the bridge shortly.
Aye, ma'am. And when she steps in, I'll head off to the bridge.
Alright, so we're going into the next scene, and I believe there was some research.
Yep. The doctor's in her office. So
Yeah, I think me and Vogel are walking there now.
Yep.
Where did you get all these maps?
I bought them.
Oh, is it? I think I saw some. This is like for this game on Roll20, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the official maps created by Modifius.
I mean, they're pretty good. Well, since y'all share one game, can't everybody use these? For this game, at least? Like anyone who runs on the first 10th Fleet game?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the Timgen is moving back to the First Fleet game. Depends on how bad he wants the maps.
Well, in theory, once the maps are on there, I could just duplicate the game, and then it'll be on the other in whatever game we make.
Yeah.
But no. She is currently tapping away at her little computer thing.
Did Vogel ever change into a dress uniform?
Yes, and then I changed back.
Okay. I don't think I've had time yet, so I was just checking if you had.
The doctor has, for sure.
Once
She was
the
not enjoying
Admiral
that
dismissed me, I changed back.
Guess I'd still probably be on duty at tactical at this point, right? I think.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Still on shift.
Well, Nurse Reaver is going to be here, so you could probably play as her. Or Caleb could, whoever.
Oh, wow. I just realized you have a completely trill medical staff. Huh.
The counselor is not, but yes.
I meant, yeah. Medical staff. Counts.
I
but-
mean, if you don't like the treatment, you do have ship-wide EMH systems, so...
You know...
Do they
Hush.
have ship-wide exo systems?
Are we still? We're still on the
We're attached to the station.
I was gonna say the Robert Picardo EMH, right?
Oh,
It could be... this is not the Mark 1, so it's probably the Mark 3 or Mark 4.
yeah, because
Yeah.
the Mark 1s were all like decommissioned and sent somewhere else. So they even if they did like change what they did with the Mark 1s after the doctor's trial with the book and whatnot, they probably did not send them back into service.
Okay, so we're the one after Andy Dick. It looks like.
Yeah, we're probably
That
the.
was Bashir,
I think the.
wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if you ever got got made into a hologram. I think they went another direction, but I think they're on the one after him though, so it's something totally different.
Yeah.
Because he was for the Mark III, and I'm pretty sure we're Mark IV.
Well,
Mark
I mean,
4 was
being that-
active 2377, so we're either on the end of Mark 3 or replaced by now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, being that we are a new ship, but we're an older ship model, so maybe we probably can just say we have Andy Dick for ease
Nice.
of icon making and understanding.
Yeah, that
Oh.
works.
I mean, if the doctor's personality...
So, Captain and Lieutenant Vogel, you arrive just outside of sickbay.
As I'm like opening the door, you settled in yet, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir. I pack light.
That's good. I mean, we will be spending a lot of time out here, so I hope you brought everything you need.
Only the essentials, sir. The last time I was on a long-serving ship, it kind of blew up around me, so I don't bring as much as I normally would.
Well, you got a place to leave all that stuff? You got a good place on Earth?
Yes, sir. My family owns a small ranch in Montana.
Oh, if we ever get a chance, you'll have to invite me over someday. I grew up on I guess ranch fits what it was. It wasn't on Earth, but it was agricultural.
Yeah, the property's been in our family for countless generations.
Oh, we were out on the frontier, so I'm only second generation. And I'm not even that because I don't live there.
Yeah, we moved away from raising cattle and animals, and we just maintain the land now.
Yeah,
It was converted into a nature preserve.
my family is a little bit more old-fashioned. They're one of the groups that styles themselves after believing that life before the bombs fell and what are they called? The people with genetic enhancements.
Augments.
Oh, before the augment wars. They believe that life before the augment wars is the way we're supposed to live.
You're thinking eugenics, but
Eugenics.
close.
Yeah,
Yes.
they were called augments, or I think, or some of them were. I don't know.
They're augments, but I think it's the eugenics wars.
Yes. Yeah.
1991.
Was definitely a simpler time, Captain.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't catch me wanting to grow up like it was the 1980s, but you know, it was a simpler time. And then I'll open the door to the doctor's office.
Sorry, coughing fit.
I don't buzz the door.
Then you just see her furiously tapping away at her little computer.
I'll just follow the captain in.
Doctor, do you know where your chief nurse is?
She was in the diagnostics room. She went to the recovery room setting up supplies.
Nurse Reaver, you're needed in the doctor's office. Oh, I tap my comm badge when I say that. Before I say that, really.
Where is... You could just shout it really loud. Wow, my office has become really crowded. All right,
Well,
Captain. I know I didn't properly greet you. I was trying to get a head start on this.
Yep, that's what I've come to inform you about. So you should receive, if you haven't already, you should be receiving the data on this virus shortly. I wanted to come down here just to help y'all get organized. I know y'all haven't had a lot of time to meet each other and work on something like this before, but it's incredibly important, and I came down here specifically to stress the importance to you that this will affect our ability to maintain a relationship with an entire world and species. So your professionalism is going to be paramount here. So I've gathered the three of you, and I point at Vogel. The lieutenant here should be invaluable in discovering any more treatments that could be needed, she could assist you with that, Doctor. Doctor, I want you to lead a larger scope on this. I want you to organize not only any R&D we need to do to help in the elimination of this plague, but also in the treatment of the patients and the overall conduct of the medical teams when they are involved with the people on the planet. And nurse, I want you to lead. I want you to help the doctor here come up with those patient care plans.
Okay. To work on that, she'll look at Reaver and say, "Well, how are you with infectious diseases?"
Is anyone playing Reaver?
Well, I was looking at Vogel. Sorry.
But
I
yeah,
thought you said Reaver.
he did. But someone can play Reaver if either you Carrick or Caleb want to.
Doctor, I'm not well versed in infectious diseases, but I do have an extensive background in xenobiology that may prove useful.
More eyes on this, the better. Okay. And she immediately over and away and tells her to use the panel behind her. This panel to the data and work it from a science angle.
Well, so for the outbreak, this is actually going to be a reason plus medicine difficulty 1, assisted by these ships, computers plus medicine.
As you're getting started on that, he looks at you, Doctor, and he says, "Well, Doctor, you look like you're ready to get into it, so I will leave y'all alone. Give me progress updates every 3 hours and an overall status of the project every shift. Understood?"
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. And I'll leave and head back to my quarters to change, and then probably to the bridge.
So you said reason medicine?
Yes, difficulty 1, assisted by these ships, computers plus medicine.
Do I want? Yeah. Okay. Take a threat and infectious diseases as a focus.
Will not apply.
Okay. Sure, why not?
It's 4 momentum. No, scratch that. 3. Because I don't think you have a xenobiology focus, so.
Yeah. Sorry.
So, yep, 3
Don't.
momentum.
Sorry, I should have used Vogel. My apologies.
Oh no, I have a horrible medicine.
I know, right?
Yeah, collaboration on one or either of you could be useful.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I'm from the point I started playing. Who is it that I played collaboration? Oh, from playing that tactical officer. I think that was who it was. Going forward, I am all on the collaboration for everybody. Everyone needs to use it.
It is a good talent to have in certain situations.
Okay. Allergic. She's looking at the data. do you have the recent planetary scans of their planet? One's taken most recently, and one's taken a decade ago.
That should be something you could pull up.
Sorry, Doctor. It appears that they do not allow scans of their planet.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Okay, and then I shoot this data to Vogel. As if to answer her reason why I asked the question. But I'm on my phone, so if you could please send it to... Okay, so... At least they think it's some sort of allergic reaction. What? No bacterial or viral agent. Alright, breathing or rapid breathing. Whew. What's the extremes on
Definitely.
this?
Definitely looks like this is something that might be airborne.
I am inclined to agree with you, Lieutenant. The extremes of these symptoms are ridiculous. As being something natural.
Are the infected dying from the symptoms or from the disease itself?
Yeah. Can we spend a moment
I'll give it to you for
that?
free, but no, I'll give it to you for free. So it is from the symptoms, from what you can tell, or at least from what they can tell.
I think I'm going to have to examine one of these people in person. Maybe. All of these symptoms, but these drugs for a long period of time, eventually they'll lose their effectiveness.
Perhaps we might be able to petition them to allow scans of their planet. Perhaps we could detect something.
I suppose we could have the captain can work that out.
At least failing that, perhaps a scan of their system to at least rule out any cosmic factors.
Wait. Look akin to
Right. Perhaps by something caused from a solar flare, a passing comet, maybe a comet impact. Just to narrow down our search for the cause, at least.
Yes.
It'll be a momentum spend to give you that information.
Sure. Sure, why not? Because a lot of these symptoms look like they would go with like high levels of radiation poisoning. Huh. This report, there's no planets that have entered the system in 8 months. So
So this might be
comet radiation
something.
is out.
So this might be something that is on the planet. Maybe a plant, like maybe a form.
I mean, we can't still rule out the solar flare, or maybe even no, nobody really wants to go there ever. It's always a thing. Pollen could be another thing, but
Well, definitely when we get into system, I'll definitely order a sensor sweep of these, just to rule out any cosmic or solar radiation.
okay. That sounds good. See it being a pollen because if it would have been a natural flora on their planet, it shouldn't affect them like this. A normal. Okay, so radiation sources come in all kinds. I don't. Hmm. See if you can any more information you can. Prepare to treat for all these symptoms. Enough. Oh, okay. This kind of goes back to her computer because I am trying to think. Sorry. But she does let the lieutenant know that there was no abnormal solar activity unless she has it.
I'm still gonna order the scans as a standard procedure for entering a.
Okay. Okie dokie. Try and find some ways to then maybe some of the like combinations of medicines or something uh symptoms more efficiently.
It's been established that we're still a couple days out.
Yeah. Well, she's planning on inoculating a large amount of people, so she's probably should get started now.
Right. Try to treat this in.
Mm-hmm. And she wants to do it efficiently, but she also needs a scan of one of the infected to see if maybe she can find something they can't.
So, real quick, when it came across your terminal, the supplies that were brought on board from the station are inoculants that have already been distributed to help with the symptoms, to help prevent deaths, which is the reason why they need the medical supplies, because they're running low, given the amount of cases that they've had, because of the outbreak.
Okay. Well, then the doctor will send her report to the captain, saying that unless I get a scan of one of the patients, there's not enough information other than the symptoms to really devise an actual cure.
Do you include in the report why we don't have those scans?
Yes.
Do we know why we don't have those scans?
Yes. They do not allow scans of their planet.
Yep.
Or their persons? Because
I don't.
Oh, you meant the infected.
You have the scans, the results. What I gave you is the actual includes the symptoms and the scans. Like they are having trouble locating the actual agent or cause of what this symptoms or what appears to be allergic reaction. They can't find that it's either viral nor bacteria.
So we need a fresh one.
They can't develop a
Essentially, they
vaccine,
would
then.
need a fresh pair of eyes because the amount of people that have come down with all this stuff is also including their scientists and medical personnel as well.
So I'm gonna have to get all sciencey with it and like draw blood and do all that stuff and all that. So I need like a patient, an actual patient.
Then you
She will also put her hypothesis that it may be something radioactive.
you get an acknowledged and a request for a briefing tomorrow morning, and a request to continue efforts to ready your department for when we make planetfall.
And she gets on that. Starts like making up med kits and all that for everybody. So, yep, that's her for now.
Or was that someone else's computer just beeping at them, or is that mine?
That's the background noise.
But I heard like a Windows sound. Probably me. Then.
Oh
No,
no, it was
it-
me.
It's common knowledge
It was-
that some of the panels run on Windows 95.
Oh god.
Yeah,
At
yeah.
least it's not Windows Vista.
No, we reserve those for engineering, which is why we have so many issues.
Yeah.
Ah.
Starfleet was too cheap to upgrade to XP.
Wait. Upgrade to XP?
That's
From
that's
Vista?
a downgrade to XP. From Vista, that's
Ah.
a downgrade.
That's heresy right
Arguable.
there. XP is definitely an
If I-
upgrade.
Well, we don't have any vaccines. We're just mopping up the. Or better get on that shit. Oh, hey, it's just me and Joan. And
Next he's going to be telling me that 7 is Vista 2.0.
Basically,
It is. To be
It's
honest,
Vista,
it
but
really is.
it's Vista, but not crap. Is what I'd say. Anyways, Windows operating systems aside.
Captain, I vote we airlock the Romulan.
Hey,
Wow.
fuck you. I vote that we assassinate the doctor.
Give it time. I think the illness might do that for us.
Cool. Everyone gets a hazmat suit with the doctor when we go down.
We don't have the momentum
does.
for that.
She doesn't care.
Oh wait,
Alright,
is this disease zoonotic actually? Is it transmissible between species?
We don't know yet.
Oh god. Oh yeah, we don't.
Do we have any confirmed cases on non-native species? Because they're traders, so presumably traders go to their system all the time.
Yeah. Still, it might be. I'm guessing with something this infectious, there is probably some sort of protocol for using EV suits or.
I mean, that's a question to the GM, though. Did that come across in any of the stuff they learned, or is that a question they didn't ask?
That is a momentum spend.
We should do that.
Admiral on deck.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna spend momentum on that.
Alright, so currently there are no known cases of outsiders being affected by this.
Okay. Not very conclusive.
So it might be, if we have the momentum at that point, it might be worth spending it on.
Well, now it's just leading
You
me
just
to my
did.
second hypothesis, but anyway.
No, he's saying if we have momentum to spend on suits.
Like to protect us from transmission. If it's unknown, then if we have the ability to get them, I think it would be worth it. Just in case, it can't hurt to be safe when you've got a lethal
They-
infectious.
I said that there are no known cases, outsiders being affected by what's going on.
Oh, your emphasis
And,
on the word known made it seem like that was not conclusive. That was just circumstantial. As in,
as in, they haven't had a case of an outsider with the same
Okay.
symptoms of what's been going on.
okay.
So it's probably not.
Yeah, I think you guys are just reading too much into it. We just got to get to the planet
Hey,
to find out more.
sorry. I'm a huge germaphobe. I get paranoid about these things. Anyways, Admiral on deck.
You're gonna love Praxis games.
Lieutenant Tereshkova,
Yes, sir.
I want you to go over organize a security team to look over some of the cargo that's come in, check for any contraband or stowaways, and make sure we get everything we are due to get from operations.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to also post a permanent watch on the cargo afterwards?
Only if you believe it necessary, but aboard ship, I'm not expecting too much trouble.
Yes, sir. I'll go away tapping at the tactical console. So, if you wouldn't mind, sir, may I supervise the cargo check personally, or would you prefer that I remain on bridge for the time being?
You're free to supervise it yourself, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. Move to the bridge.
Commander Joan to engineering.
Calum here.
Be advised, once we've got all our cargo aboard, we intend to go at maximum warp for about the next 3 days. Medical emergency.
Commander, I apologize for... Sorry.
One moment, Lieutenant. Say again, engineering?
I can give it to you for 12 hours at a time, sir, but you're going to have to slow down to at least warp 8 for a little bit to let the engines cool.
Very good. Try to coordinate with flight to maximize how long we can stay at max speed, but the engine's lifespan is priority. But keep in mind medical emergency, so...
I'll run them hot for as long as I can, but we're going to have to slow down periodically.
Acknowledged. You were saying, Lieutenant?
Yes, I apologize for the unintended interruption, sir, but I was wondering, considering the nature of the cargo, if I could request the presence of a nurse or another medical officer to ensure that, well, everything's in proper shape.
Feel free to request staff from... actually, I'll do that for you. Commander Joan to medical.
This is Dr. Talon.
Request a medical staffer to go with Lieutenant Chicharik. I'm requesting a check over for contraband and a verification of goods rendered. Also checking for stowaways, but given the nature of it, Lieutenant Chicharik believed having a medical staffer along would make things easier, if not safer.
All right. I'll have somebody meet her there.
I nod to the lieutenant. There you go. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. And she cuts the comm and says, could go check the inoculations, make sure everything is there. Basically sends Reaver to do it.
No.
Hey, she's the head of the department. If she, that's rule number 1 of management.
Why do you think I'm delegating all this stuff to you guys?
Exactly. Exactly. Send it downhill. That's how that works. She could delegate it off to one of her nurses. You don't know.
Admiral,
Commander?
is there anything in particular we should be concerned with about the cargo that isn't listed in the manifest?
It should all be medical supplies to treat allergic reactions.
Okay. Thank you, Admiral. I just wanted to make sure. and we should be underway, as we say. The ship should get there according to flight. Pull up my pad here. Should be there within 3 days. 2.4 days at our maximum warp. Give or take a bit of miracle work from engineering, but
Very good.
should we expect any assistance ships, Admiral?
Not presently, no. I believe the
Okay.
Kismet is getting ready to The Kismet is in the area, as well as another vessel should be arriving shortly. But I have them off doing other tasks.
I am. You ever work on a plague before, Admiral?
I have. It's never a joy.
Yeah, I know. And these Ephrons, have you ever worked with them before?
Sorry, who?
The people of this planet. Sorry, my accent is cutting through it.
Yes, on a couple different occasions. They're quite nice.
Oh, that's good.
Have you had a chance to go over the diplomatic file?
I've just been reading it now. Once I get, well, rather, I intend to go over it now. Now that I have everyone else on their duties. But I wanted to see your personal touch on them. Sometimes what they say in the diplomatic reports isn't necessarily what's all there.
They're very open, and they're quite pleasant to deal with, despite their spiritual nature.
Do you
Captain,
live up any...
real quick,
sorry, go ahead.
Are you entering the bridge at any point in time soon?
Yeah. As soon as is convenient.
Okay. Right. Carry on, Commander.
Oh, I just wanted to ask if there was, if you expect there's any, if their spirituality will be, or their culture will have any barriers to us treating them.
Potentially.
Potentially, ma'am?
Yes. They're very private about certain aspects of their culture. Even certain areas are off limits to outsiders.
So, forbidden territory, but not, they won't be refusing medical treatment or anything like that, I imagine, since they are asking for our help.
I don't believe so, Commander. Hopefully this might be a chance for us to break some barriers that have been around for a long time.
Two birds with one stone, Admiral?
Perhaps. At this point, Captain, you enter the bridge.
Captain on the bridge?
I walk down in front of the chair. Admiral, would you like the hot seat?
No, I'm quite comfortable here, Captain. The bridge is yours. It's your ship, after all. I am just a mere observer. Don't mind my presence here.
The chair doesn't make the woman or the man. I only offer it out of comfort.
It is comfortable, sir.
Well, you only got another 5 to 10 years, Commander. Although, if you wanted to transfer now, I hear that the O-berth's chairs are not that comfortable.
I've never been on one. I didn't know they were still in service anymore. Thought they retired them to academy duty.
Wherever they are, Commander, you don't want to be on it.
Oh. You had the pleasure of being on one, sir?
Not long term, which is I take as a great pride.
Just want to say, what a dorky looking ship.
It's a space canoe.
It's a space catamaran, but worse.
I just fumble through my status reports and see if status on cargo loading.
The cargo has been fully loaded. I don't have a cargo bay one, but this will do. The shuttle bay. So,
Are you gonna place our tokens, or should we place them ourselves? Or my
I can-
token and the nurse, I guess. Okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure how you preferred to do it.
I can drop it in there. It's fine.
Thanks.
All right. So, give me a control plus security, difficulty 0.
Okay. Complication range 1 as normal, I
Yes.
assume. I don't really have anything I can roll here, but I probably won't need it.
2 momentum.
All right, Jones, keeping track of that. Nice.
So, you find no stowaways or any contraband.
That's good. I'm going to ring up the I suppose Commander Joan gave me the orders, so I'll tap my comm badge and ping him. This is Lieutenant Tachark, Commander. I've just completed the initial check over the cargo. The nurse is going over it right now, but as far as I can tell, there's no evidence of stowaways or missing material.
Very good. Write up a report, and we can have it logged in the system by end of shift.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Over and out.
she is making sure that all the right medicines are there, and yeah.
It is.
Okay. She looks back at the lieutenant and says, "Seems like we're good to go here."
And actually, sir, the nurse has just confirmed that we're good to go on the medical end too. Seems everything's in order.
Very good. Return to the bridge at your leisure, and you can dismiss the nurse back to her regular duties.
Yes, sir. Over and out. Tap that. Return to the bridge. That was quick.
Yep, and Reaver returns to sickbay.
And the Ratala sort of almost stops when she sees the Rear Admiral and then just continues. Like as if she's correcting herself.
Everything all right, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to learn to be a little bit less, over formal. It's a process, sir.
Just pretend she's wearing nothing but black pips.
I look over at the commander with kind of a not the best time.
I tap my neck on her uniform, sir.
He just kind of like shrugs.
Ratala once Ratala realizes what was being said, or what that interpretation was, she just immediately is glued to her tactical console, like essentially just ignoring everything. Just very clearly embarrassed.
Ops, verify all departments are reading ready to disembark.
They are, sir.
Helm, initiate separation.
Oh, and I would also like to just post an ensign to just to watch over, just have them on rotating shifts, just to keep an eye on the cargo generally. So I think I was given permission to do that. Just send that order out if that's okay.
It's your department.
Yeah.
As long as no one's told you not to do that, then you can do it.
Okay, I will, Ratala will tap on the I mean, I don't really think I need to send it by voice. I'll just send a text message. Well, not a text message, but you know what I mean. Just to communicate to just one of my security and, or I guess whoever's watching the shifts right now, and just tell them to keep an ensign posted on there.
We'll just say
Yep.
good old Simon's taking care of that.
Yep.
He likes to do things like that.
Ops comes back and says, moorings are clear, Captain. We have been separated from the starbase.
Helm, take us to 100,000 kilometers and lay in course for. What's the name of the planet? It's something 3.
Ephra 3, sir.
Yuvara.
Yuvara.
3.
That's why I asked, because I've heard 2 or 3 different pronunciations. Take us to 100,000 kilometers and put in course for Yuvara 3.
Aye, Captain. Setting course.
I cannot find this planet anywhere. Weird.
As soon as we reach safe distance, engage.
Alright, just to kind of speed things up a little bit here for time's sake, the Tereshkova goes to its maximum distance. And goes to warp. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid a 2-parter. Let alone a 3-parter. Alright. The ship is on its way towards the system. And I believe the commander, so this is going to be a reason plus science assisted by the ship's computer plus science to look up sort of their cultural stuff and about their world.
Difficulty?
The difficulty is 1.
1. I'll spend 1 momentum, get myself an extra die. And bang. Okay. And the ship's
Computers plus science.
computers science.
Oof.
Just made it.
Yep.
Glad I spent that momentum. I'm going to enter that information into the primary core of the ship. Cough, cough, Discord cough.
Alright.
They're the Iceland of the Federation. Or the Switzerland, rather.
Looks like we have specific greeting protocols that we have to abide by.
Do you want me... Oh,
I'll say yes, they are like the Switzerland of the Federation.
from my read-up, was I able to get the details of that specific greeting?
You have to spend a momentum.
I'll spend a momentum. Last thing I need is for the diplomatic incident to occur. Oh,
I feel like
goodness.
that's a jab at
Am
me.
I gonna have to take off my shirt and saw a log?
No, that's when you apologize. It's a different culture. And entering the formal greeting into main computer.
I have to imagine that within Starfleet, there's a euphemism for having to get out the chainsaw when it comes to diplomatic relations.
God, it looks like you have to be pretty agile to pull this shit off. So you're sort of it almost seems like you bow a little bit and sort of make this breaststroke motion almost
Okay.
while looking up at their eyes.
Well, it seems to be a gesture that indicates that it's one of those peaceful gestures, right? You're indicating you're unarmed and such.
It seems like it, yeah.
So, should I err
1.7
on the side of accidentally crossing over or under on the 1.78 meters? I guess a better question is, would I be disappointed if I went under the 1.78 meters?
Oh god.
I'll just have to make that decision when we see who the magistrate is.
Yeah.
Decide how accurate I'm going to be.
See if they're hot.
The doctor is definitely taking this into account because she has to save their lives.
Can we bring tricorders to get the measurements right?
No, we're gonna wing it.
Oh god. Okay, well someone's gonna end up in bed with one of them, and someone's gonna end up the nemesis of one of them.
Just step on either side of the line, and you could do both of them.
I'm thinking of asking the question if they have a particular rule against us scanning them in person or scanning them aboard our ship to render medical aid.
I can always ask
Yes,
them.
that would be. You could, but if somebody's already asked for us, then why ask the question?
Yeah. I'm more worried about it being like someone's dying right there on the floor, and I don't know if they'll get mad at us if we scan them.
I mean, yeah, I suppose.
I think at that point the doctor wouldn't care. She would just save their life.
Can we also can we look up who the magistrate is? I need to know who we'll be dealing with.
So the magistrate one is a momentum spend to get that information. For the other question, I will give that to you guys for free. So in terms for a scan, they do not allow anyone to scan their planet at all. Because they feel that it goes against essentially their religion and violates a level of trust. In terms for personal scans of the body, unless you are a healer of some sorts, they do not allow it.
Okay, so they don't mind if doctors and medical staff do it. So we'll make sure to clearly identify who medical staff is.
For the, does that extend to transporters? Do they disallow the use of transporters or other people transporting them?
They do not leave their planet on any circumstance.
So okay.
Yeah. I'm doing all of that there. Yeah, you just point to the two spotted ones and say they're the medical staff.
And I'm gonna go ahead and just post the magistrate's name in Discord for you guys. So.
Aunura?
Yep.
I'm going to note that medical staff need to be given we'll say like a little sash or something that has a cross on it. That way only the people that the doctor has specifically given those sashes out can make scans and do treatments. I don't need science personnel or anybody else doing any scans.
Yeah, you could probably have the Starfleet medical emblem on like an armband or a sash.
Yeah, because I want to do it that way so that the Yuvanians have a visible understanding over who we consider healers and who we do not consider healers.
Yeah.
We don't have the Starfleet medical things on our comm badge right now.
No.
But so we're gonna do an armband.
Yeah, I'm gonna institute that policy and inform medical of that standing order.
Crosses for everyone. Got it.
No, it's crosses for medical personnel, no science personnel.
You know what I mean. Yeah.
Well,
for
we
the medical staff.
gotta be accurate, or Prax is gonna come back in an hour and say, "You only said and medical people. You didn't make the difference."
So what I'm gathering from this is that we're crucifying the medical staff.
Yes.
Wow. So
yeah, we're not gonna
uh,
make any connections there. We're just gonna leave that alone.
Maybe they're okay. Fair enough.
Nope, probably best to leave it alone.
Yeah. Sorry.
Trying to think of anything else we need to prepare for before we meet them. Does it say anything in the file about anything against us building stuff there, like setting up tents or anything for like a medical staff? Well, I imagine they have a hospital of their own.
They do have hospitals of their own. So all their cities are designed essentially around a holy site. I believe that was in
Right.
the initial right there.
Yep.
And they have smaller outskirts semblance around the holy site, but nothing like too far from a holy site, essentially. Where the holy sites are active sort of as a place of gathering, where many of them pilgrims do from time to time.
Well, I suppose the thing I'm concerned about is are there medical facilities within these forbidden areas, these holy sites, or are they outside as well?
They're in the cities. Like the holy sites are actually kind of small. They're not
Okay. I was thinking much bigger.
They're in the center of all the cities. So and it's covered up, essentially, but it's
sort of like a Vatican or Forbidden City type of deal.
Kind of like a Vatican City in a way.
Just more closed off.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Godwood from Game of Thrones, but yeah.
So I'm gonna mark on our into the main computer the holy sites where there's forbidden zones, like marking that so if people look in their tricorders to as maps, they know where precisely not to go. Like, do not even get close to this place.
Are we going to be deploying any security personnel with the medical teams? It seems unnecessary, but I don't know if that's...
It is.
The doctor would advise against it.
Fair enough.
The captain's not going to authorize anyone carrying anything larger than Type 1s, and then only like the lead officer in a group can carry a type. So it's like if we have 50 people on the planet, there might be 4 people that actually have phasers, because it's viewed as unnecessary by the captain.
Yeah, I mean, Rotala would be inclined to agree. It's just,
I'll give you the answer as the other thing in terms they actually will allow the lease of land to outsiders to use as trade outposts and or manufacturing plants.
Yeah, actually, if she could set up some kind of viral lab, that would be most advantageous.
Commander Joan to Chief Engineer.
You're muted, Caleb.
Caleb here.
We're looking to build some temporary medical lodgings on planet due to a current medical emergency we're going to be attending to. I would like you to arrange for some staff to get some prefab set up, work with the doctor to figure out the specs that they'll need, since we're not going to be able to move any of the people we're helping up to the ship. We're going to have to treat them there.
Understood. I'll get to work on it right away.
Thank you.
Commander, I'm going to need you to help me walk through this, rehearse this greeting a few times.
Oh, certainly, sir.
All right, set up some holodeck time for us.
The greeting is quite great, or well, I should say, you'll grow accustomed to it pretty quick when dealing with them, Captain.
I fear that you have an advantage that I lack.
Oh, don't worry, Captain. You'll do fine.
Admiral, if you don't mind, I could use your assistance in helping the captain practice, since you are more versed in it.
I think
Or
that
more
won't-
used to it, I suppose.
I think it
Oh,
won't be necessary, Commander. I think you and me can manage, as long as the Admiral is okay with that.
It's your show, Captain.
I kind of stand up. Well, we have time now, Commander.
All right, let's head off to the holodeck then, sir. Give you a measure out exactly how many centimeters you're close.
Sorry, didn't mean to bump my mic there.
Just do it back. Wait, that would hurt me too. Never mind.
Lieutenant Vogel, why don't you spend some time in the chair? I know you still have requirements for Lieutenant to reach, so why don't you go ahead and earn
Yes,
a couple
Captain.
hours,
Yes, Captain.
and then head off to holodeck 1.
I will stay at my tactical station.
All right. You enter holodeck 1. You see the lovely grid lines of the holodeck.
Commander, do we have an idea of when the greeting will take place and where it will take place?
I attempt to look that up.
Insight plus con. Difficulty 1.
Insight, con.
Nope, that's definitely not a roll for me. Oh yeah, you'll make much better than I say much better. You'll be slightly better. Oh, you'll be a lot better.
So the formal greeting is only used in the presence of the magistrates. Unless you are doing it for other reasons.
So
other.
Yeah, so would this normally happen at like a palace or something like that?
The magistrate does not leave the essentially what's called the Valley of the Wisp, and you'll be meeting her there.
Okay. Can we bring up a facsimile of the place where I would meet her or where I should meet her?
Because there's no holo imaging allowed, because it is kind of technically in a reserved holy site, only for pristine delegation purposes. You will not be able to pull up that
Yeah, but
information.
from the descriptions of people who have gone to this place, what I'm looking for is it outside, is it inside a palace, things like
the description places it's very nature-like. So there's tree. It's almost like a garden, in a way.
Okay, I'll bring up a stereotypical very well manicured garden in the holodeck.
All right. You say that, and the holo program comes to life.
And I look at the commander and I take off my visor and hand it to him.
I take the visor, sir?
They ask for eye contact and not to be scanned, and that right there is kind of blurring the line between scanning and not scanning. So maybe they'll accept it in normal situations, but in a very formal situation, it's best not to test the waters.
We could probably request permission once we've greeted him. he might give some sort of allowance. But I agree with you, sir. Better to be cautious than in such situations.
So, judging on where the commander is supposed to be, from what I remember, I'm going to try to do the greeting.
Right.
Based on where I remember him being.
So give me a control plus command.
Oh, I can't help you.
Difficulty 1, but because you don't have the visor, let's make it a complication range 2. I'll allow the assist saying, "Oh no, Captain, you have to be here," type thing. So.
All the way up to no, I will not sleep with you.
Thank you.
Wait, who's sleeping with who now?
Okay, I'm going to.
I was joking. It's a bad joke.
Just for giggles, I'm going to activate my biomechanical arm, essentially saying I'm trying to use I'm using it to give me like laser-like precision on movements. So that'll cost me 3 stress, and I'll get an extra dice.
Now imagine this super robotic, whirring motion.
Well, it's just like instead of relying on muscles, I'm relying on the computer to execute a very specific. Well, not the computer, but my brain.
Mm-hmm.
We got it.
Con.
Oh, you said command.
Did I?
You did say command.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry.
But if I would only get, if you have to change it, then I would get 2 and not 3.
Alright, well, it's still a success anyway. So you get 1 momentum. Yeah. And you perform the formal greeting with a pristine yet grace-like manner, despite the way your eyes look.
I kind of straighten up and then kind of guess at where the commander would be. I'm gonna enforce a insight check on my part to see if I actually look in the right direction. I'll say I'll probably find you. I'm looking somewhat in your direction, and I say, "Well, Commander, how was that?"
That was good, sir. Seemed exceptionally smooth, actually, for your first time.
I don't have to rely on the unreliable nature of certain biological processes sometimes. And I kind of tap my arm.
Your visor, sir?
Yes, Commander. And I put it back on. Well. Oh, why don't you give it a go, Commander, just in case you have to be present?
Oh, certainly, sir.
Yeah, control plus con, difficulty 1. Complication range is 1.
Well, I'm gonna do it with my eyes closed now.
That would actually be the wrong way to do it, though. that would guarantee that you failed.
Whoops.
Oh,
Oh,
now
one
he's
more.
just showing off. Ooh.
No, stop
No,
rolling.
no. You got that complication.
So while you did perform the actual motion, you were too far back. we're standing close enough.
Well, maybe I just don't like you, sir. No, you're right. I'm too far away.
Yeah, Commander, you might need to bring it in a little bit closer. While I like the insinuation that you have no alternative interest in me, your distance suggests a certain rivalry.
Isn't that true, sir? No.
I mean, if you desire to be hostile, we can handle it the Klingon way, Commander.
I'm good. I don't particularly feel like feeling unknifed today.
That's good, because the security officer might actually do it to become XO.
No, I don't know if that's fair, sir. Besides, that's more in the back, really, if you're thinking Romulan.
Oh! Delving into racial stereotypes, are we, Commander?
Well, I'm not that far off. And there's a malfunction in the holodeck. Sorry about that, sir. Seems to be a curse from the Sarek, passed over to us.
I don't know why y'all have an insistence on mentioning that ship. It seems like nothing but a curse.
People who used to serve on it were particularly attached to it, sir. I was plenty happy serving on the Breen frontier, so... At least that way I was on a starbase. Okay, so about here... At least I got the hand gesture right.
Okay, well, Commander, I'll head back up to the bridge. Why don't you have a hologram kind of judge your performance and try not to start a war or a new life. And he kind of gives you air quotes with the hologram. You know, give it 3 or 4 tries, and then we'll see you back up on the bridge.
Aye, sir.
And I'll head back up to the bridge.
The doctor also performs it properly in her office.
And every one of your staff is looking at you kind of puzzledly. What is she doing?
She doesn't care. She doesn't care.
Reaver just, as she's walking by with a crate full of, just a tray of supplies, she just kind of looks over like, okay, and walks off.
This is only like the 4th day they've known you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what you don't know is that I grew up with, Reaver's mom.
Oh, is that in your backstory?
No.
Oh.
It's not.
So, Commander, just, I'll take the other one, and, no momentum gain from it, but you do perform it adequately after 2 or 3 tries.
Rowbury.
That's the cost of using one too many A's.
Yeah. Alright. Oh, silly sound effects. Why don't you stop? Alright.
No, just have that playing on the bridge, too. It's nice and relaxing. Why is it raining in here? Environmental controls, don't worry about it.
I'm falling asleep because of it, so... Alright. Is there anything else before you want to do before you arrive at the planet?
I'll spend... So it's going to take us like a couple of days, so I'll be spending about half the time I'm on shift on the bridge and about the other half of the time in engineering, supervising, since we're running so hot.
And the doctor will be going between sickbay in readying her medical team to administer and treat, between engineering and Calum with the the equipment she'll need to.
I'm gonna double check the Federation database to see if there's any phenomenon, like spatial phenomenon, that might cause symptoms like this, just to rule it out. But I'm gonna look into like the deep logs, like the hidden stuff.
Okay. Are you able to roll? Are you still on the road right now?
Still on the road.
I can roll for him if he
Alright.
needs to. He can walk me through it if you want him to.
So many complications.
Be reason plus science, difficulty 1. Assisted by the ship's computers plus science.
Astrophysics?
Yeah.
Well, I have spatial anomalies too, so I'm sure that
Yeah.
might be useful as well.
Okay.
If it's difficulty 1, probably just row it straight up. Or
Yeah.
do we have any momentum?
Yeah, you have cautious, so why don't we go ahead and spend that 1 momentum?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just throw 1 just to try to build some momentum up.
4 successes. Reroll the
Cool.
0. 5 successes.
So 4 momentum. Just ship's computers. Come on, complication.
Computer's con.
Computer science.
Oh,
But it's still a
science is 1
success
more.
anyway.
So
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, you're at 5, and the logs show that there is no spatial phenomenon in the area. And that the difficulty 1 is just to represent, you were going through all the data, and rechecking, double checking.
Yeah. I also wasn't checking for the area. I was trying to just check the database to see if there was like another documented case of like symptoms like this being caused by a spatial anomaly or something like that.
There's really not, at least not formally. There are known illnesses, like viruses, that could. But typically, the last known case was 20 years ago. Or not 10 years ago, roughly.
Okay, I'm just gonna download that case report and see if it might prove useful in the future.
Okay. With that, I think we'll transition to the next scene. And the Tereshkova comes out of warp in the Yuvara system.
operations, go ahead and turn off all sensors except for navigational sensors, and give those. Make sure that those cut off before they can scan any planets in the system. Once we get close enough to the system, we're going to go to visual maneuvering. Helm, take us near the principal planet and open a channel to their inter-system flight control.
Where's it at?
Did they hail us before we could hail them, or is this us hailing?
Yeah. They're hailing you before they can.
On screen?
On screen, appears to be, he's kind of tall, slightly slender. He's got a grayish appearance, sort of humanoid way. There's no hair. He's got an elongated skull. His eyes are slightly larger, but with blue-like hue on his pupils. It goes, USS Tereshkova, we've been expecting you. I am Minister Juramar. I welcome you to our planet. And if you like, the magistrate is waiting for you in the Valley of the Wisps when you're ready to beam down. We will provide you with the coordinates.
Thank you, Minister. We will be coming on an approach, and we're set to transfer to visual guidance, unless you can provide us with a navigational path.
If you require such that, we will indeed send over the navigational path for your helmsman.
Out of respect for your customs, we would like to take advantage of that.
Of course. I do look forward to meeting you when you arrive, Captain.
Thank you, Minister. Tereshkova out.
And the view screen goes off. And to your console, Vogel, the navigational data appears.
Operations.
And I will set a course map.
Operations, go ahead and cut off all external sensors.
Yes, Captain. And the Tereshkova arrives in orbit above Yuvara III. It's a Class M planetoid from visual inspection. Blue seas, lots of greenery. You can see the cities from orbit. However, they are kind of hard to make out because there's a lot of vegetation that covers the cities, so to speak.
Commander, we have an appointment to make.
Aye, sir. Recommend we bring down the doctor as well for the introductions.
Negative. We will handle that separately.
Aye, sir.
And I kind of give you a look like, just give me a minute. And I start walking. I, point towards the turbo lift and start walking. Lieutenant Tacharik, you have the bridge.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I get the chair.
Oh. And as soon as the elevator doors close, I go, I don't want to bring the doctor at this time because the doctor is really rough with first interactions, and I don't need a planetary incident. I'm going to have you come down with the doctor later and make sure that you supervise the doctor and limit her interaction to unimportant people, basically.
Aye, sir.
It may have just been a rough start between me and her, but I'm not going to risk planetary relations on that.
It will be somewhat challenging to rein her in, as it were, since we're of equivalent rank and she's the chief medical, but I can do what I can to enforce your order.
I generally keep a loose staff and let the staff do what they will, but if there's a Starfleet way, and if she rubs up against that Starfleet way, I have no problem removing her.
Aye, sir.
I never, as an engineer, I never refused to freely and openly communicate with my staff, but if there's a plasma fire and an ensign starts arguing with me, or if the captain is making an on-deck spot evaluation and an ensign starts talking back to me, that's when the problems arise. If they keep their loose tongues to when there are no senior officers around, it doesn't bother me, but if there are senior officers around, I can't stand it.
One thing to joke around the Jeffries too, but it's a whole other issue and joking in front of the command staff.
I'll have to tell you a story about my academy days once. We had this young engineer who got little too open with an inspecting admiral once.
At that point, you arrive at the transporter room.
Lieutenant Leva, coordinate with ops. They should have the coordinates we are beaming to.
Yes, Captain.
I give you an extra half hour of holodeck time if this is spotless and I end up in the right place, Lieutenant.
She gives a little smirk. Of course, Captain. I appreciate the opportunity. And if someone wants to make the roll, this is going to be a difficulty 3, complication range 2. Control plus engineering, assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering.
I do not have the processing power for that, so somebody else.
I think maybe Calum?
It's his,
Not a computer.
Okay. I'll take care of it then.
So if you die, it's your fault. Got it.
But if you die, it's my fault.
Oh, I'm not dying. I'm burning. What are you talking about?
Control engineering, complication 2, transporters focus. Do we want to use her determination? I don't know if she'll need it later.
I wouldn't use it right now. Just in the event we need it for an emergency beam.
Yeah.
We have like 4 momentum on the table, plus the threat count's not too high.
Yeah, I just hate to let determination go to waste. Yeah, so we'll
Well, she could spend the determination. I could just use my XO power and burn 3 momentum, because that's efficient.
Actually, it is because of the increased complication range.
Ooh.
We
Yeah, you
could
can
get
do
the
that.
number of dice down and just roll determination. That way it kind of makes it a difficulty 1 for us. So I'm going to burn her determination on no room for error. And just roll 2 dice.
And since I'm there, she can have her determination back.
Alright, I just need the ship. You get 1 momentum back, by the way, so far.
Oh, I rolled the wrong thing. Our engine's
still
engineering
0.
is the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Ooh,
most of the stuff is like 12, so.
We're 1 above.
Yeah.
That was close. Oh wait, she's let me re-roll that because she's got technical expertise.
All right.
That's sensors engineering, or right?
Sensors engineering, yes.
Hey.
That's why we have her.
All right, that's another momentum. So you gain 2 momentum out of that total.
Yep.
And you find yourself transported in a very luxurious garden area. From what you can tell, you're actually indoors. It's like an arboretum of some sort.
Is it before we get too far, is it too late to say that we went down in dress?
If you spend a momentum, I'll say you do that because it's a little abrupt. But
Okay, then we'll spend that momentum.
all right, you're in your dress whites.
Getting a lot of use out of them.
Apparently so.
And that's it.
The commander is authorized to wear all their 1,000 medals on this instance because it's a dignitary meet.
How many medals do you think I have?
I just assume you have more than me.
Yeah, that works better for it, I guess. All right. You beam down. It is at your feet. It's not. It's sort of a very thin layer of grass that you find yourself standing in. And where you're at, you're sort of on a pathway. And as you look, you see sort of this circular shape. A fire in the center. A chair that looks almost kind of like a throne-like. And then several other chairs surrounding and going in a circle around the fire pit. Moments pass as the man you met earlier comes forward and he gives a slight nod and he kind of stands at attention and he goes, presenting Ajula, 5th in her name, magistrate of the people and protector of Yuvara. And you see as walking a female, a bluish hue, skin tone, similar build in a way as like the larger irises. The head is kind of elongated a little bit. Completely hairless. She's dressed kind of very formally. And she kind of nods to you, and she approaches you.
Before I do anything else, so with this process, am I supposed to wait for her? Is she going to want me to do this, or am I supposed to immediately attempt it once she's introduced?
So they just announced her, so she's been introduced. She is approaching you. And then she sort of kind of stands, and she looks around and looks at you.
I start to take the visor off, and I hand it to the commander. And then once that happens, I attempt to do the maneuver. And I might go 3 inches too far.
All right, so this is control plus con. Let's make this. I'm going to spend a little thread here. Make it difficulty 2, and the complication range because of the visor and everything. It's going to be 3.
Would persuasion help here?
Convince me.
I mean, since I'm adding a little bit of a flair to it, I'm trying to ingratiate myself. And I feel like, to persuade her to like us more with the visor and the slight toe over the line.
I'll accept that, or improvisation might fit a little bit too.
Yeah. For flavor, we'll say improvisation.
Okay.
I'm going to take 3 stress to add a dice since I'm trying to do the precise maneuver.
All right.
And then I'll spend the 2 momentum for the 4th dice. Oh, I don't know, because I'm getting pretty close. That complication range 3 is pretty high. But I'd rather get complications than outright fail. You know what? I'll use my determination if I have to. So I'm not gonna buy the 4th dice. So I'm gonna keep the 2 momentum. Ooh.
Hey, all right. You get
Nice.
2 momentum out of that. You
oh.
go through the motions.
My
The
focus
one-
didn't. I have to remember not to even ask for a focus when I have a skill of 1 because it's pointless.
Yeah. But you did roll a natural 1. So you execute the formal greeting with precision. As the commander returns the visor, you notice that she's not really standing. She doesn't do the formal greeting back, but instead she has her hand extended out as ready to give you a handshake. And she's kind of like the way you can kind of gesture the vision, because it is slightly different, at least for Commander Jones' sake. She has a slight smile upon her face. She's like, Captain, you do me great honor. You performed that immaculately. I am surprised you were informed that we don't require outsiders to do the formal greeting anymore. It's caused too many incidents.
I like to go the extra mile in situations like these because culture is important, and I wanted
really
to give you the best impression possible. He sticks out his hand to shake hers, and kind of giving a slight bow at the same time.
She kind of returns with a head bow. Like, you do me great honor, Captain. Please, have a seat. And she goes and sits in the throne chair, and sort of the 2 guards come. They stand behind her, and some other members of her staff take their positions in the appropriate locations. I trust your journey was in good fortune, Captain.
It was quite pleasant. Our ship is newly commissioned, so she rides very smoothly.
That is excellent to hear. May Yuvara bless you in your future adventures, Captain. And that's actually me coughing, but she actually does that a little bit. I'm assuming you have the medical supplies that we have requested.
They are on board and ready to be transferred down, along with medical personnel should you desire them.
I believe our it would be, she kind of looks to her minister and then kind of, your aid in this will be most helpful, Captain. We fear whatever is going on that our scientists can't explain, which is troubling for us.
It's a very terrifying situation, but y'all seem to be making the best of it. We do have a very ample medical staff that we wish to send down. We will be sending them down with scanning devices, and we will clearly mark the people who operate as healers if you would like to personally or have a minister inspect them before they're allowed to engage in their work out of respect for your customs.
I will leave that up to my minister, but I believe it should be adequate, as long as the proper procedures are done. But if your other people are welcome to enjoy the markets and our hospitality, if other members of your crew do desire it, we are very welcome to outsiders. I'm sure you've been briefed on our trade policies.
We have, and we will attempt to make use of your markets and stalls. Though at this time, I will have the crew focus on the task at hand until we've alleviated the issue at hand.
Very well, Captain. If you excuse me, I am feeling quite ill. Hopefully we can talk again.
I would very much like to come back down and get a greater understanding for your planet, if you would be so inclined to offer that.
We are open to all outsiders if they wish to learn the ways of our people.
Unless you require us further, we will return to our ship and await your call.
Very good. After she said that, she stands up. The guards begin to follow her, and suddenly she collapses to the ground. The magistrate rushes over to her.
As soon as she starts to fall, I only stand up and I kind of put an arm out in front of the commander. Not obvious, but kind of a don't move.
The guards do go in a position to protect her. The magistrate looks at you, he's like, please, Captain, if there's anything you require, let us know. We would like to put an end to whatever is plaguing our people.
We will return at once to get on top of this situation. With your dismissal.
You're free to go, Captain. Please, with haste.
Elder Tereshkova.
Captain, the lease. We need land to set up our labs.
We can coordinate that at a more appropriate time.
Aye, sir.
This is Tereshkova speaking, Captain.
2 to beam up.
2 to beam up. I'll send the command to Lieutenant
Leva.
God, what's Leva? Yes, Lieutenant Leva, and then preemptively, well, not step out of the chair yet. I'll wait until the captain's on the bridge.
With that, the transporter is engaged. And you find yourselves back in the transporter room.
I kind of straighten out my uniform. Well, that started out better than expected. Not sure how it ended, though.
Hard to say, sir. It's be one thing for us to greet them nicely, but the proof will be in the pudding at the end of it, if we can help them or not.
I couldn't quite see, Commander, for what may be an obvious reason. Did I actually correctly perform the maneuver? Or was she flattering me?
You did it perfectly. You were a bit close in, but she didn't seem to mind. If anything, she was trying to shake your hand.
Well, a little flattery goes a long way. Even if it's accidental.
I'm sure it was accidental, sir.
best to keep that frame of mind, Commander. And as we're walking out the door, I kind of point at Lieutenant Leva. Commander, mark Leva down for an hour of extra holodeck time for superb work.
Aye, sir.
I assume, just a quick question, since I'm temporarily in charge of the bridge, would I be able to call officers under my command to sort of fill in spots that are currently empty?
There's
I'd
pretty
assume
much
so.
always someone on the bridge available to take a secondary role.
Okay. I was just wondering, because if not, I was going to call up 2 of my security officers to kind of fill the empty spots.
Yeah, I mean, in most of the shows, if like one of the senior officers, except for maybe the captain or the XO, step away, their position is filled. And I guess the captain and the XO's position is filled by whoever on the senior staff is present.
Fair enough. All right, so we'll just assume those spots are filled then, I guess.
Yeah, there should be about another 4 or 5 people on the bridge other than just us.
Right, it's all the side stations and that one behind me.
Yeah, because there's this station over here and this station over here.
Which are new additions.
Yep, that's part of the refit.
I thought I remember seeing Data working at one of them in that... There's like the episode where they had the kid on board and he was like working at one of the side stations.
They worked at the back a lot.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't the back. It was I think it was this one, and there was a chair there. I can't remember what the episode was.
Side panels weren't a thing until the movies.
Yeah.
Huh, really?
Yeah, they had like these like sound-like panels, like that you would find in like a music studio kind of thing.
Where the back stations are at, there's actually the panels are recessed chairs. So if you
so it's probably one of those.
The channel,
yeah,
extends a chair out.
Okay, so it must have been one. It must have just been a weird angle then.
Actually.
Or I mean, there's other places on like there's that room at the back of the bridge that we've been using a little bit. That you might have been seeing that too.
I think it was. I remember it was semicircular, so I think it must have just been the rear section. Anyways, it's not too important. And Captain on deck. I'll step out of the chair.
I walk straight to the chair and kind of press a button on the arm of Doctor. Make ready to start transferring yourself and all your supplies. The XO will meet to lead the team.
Very well, Captain.
I need you to be the best envoy of Starfleet in this situation, Doctor.
I promise I will be on my best behavior, Captain.
I'm going to hold you to that, and I'll let my finger off the button.
And she will head to the transporter room. Or, yeah.
Yeah. The Admiral looks at you, Captain's like, do you have a problem with your doctor, Captain?
I kind of lean closer as I'm sitting down, and I say,
she leans in.
Another time, Admiral.
Huh. Just let me know if you need anything, Captain.
Understood. Ops, go ahead and contact the office of the minister that we spoke with earlier and start requesting documents for a temporary land purchase. Lieutenant Vogel, can you use your expertise in handling delicate situations to follow through and purchase that land?
Yes, Captain.
You're relieved from your station to take care of that.
Very good.
And I'm going to spend, unless I'm needed or I need to do something, I'm going to spend my time in here keeping an eye on teams and coordinating things.
Guessing I'll stay at my tactical station then, probably. Only senior officer on the one of 2 senior officers on the bridge.
You can take command, or you can come back there. It doesn't matter.
I think the admiral might join you in
Okay.
the room.
Suppose I'll take command, and if I have any need to call officers up, I'll do so. I suppose. I'm the beta ships. God damn it.
All right, Vogel. To secure the land, it's going to be a con plus presence roll. Difficulty 1.
Can I create an advantage from my and the admiral's presence? Helping to coordinate things. Like maybe lower the complication if there is an increased complication for any rolls on the planet, because we're keeping people informed and stuff.
I will say you could get Lieutenant Vogel a free reroll. But it's going to be a difficulty 2, or you get to spend 2 momentum for that advantage.
What's the roll?
Roll is going to be a insight con, and the insight is just pretty much going over the rules.
Yeah, it has to be
of
momentum.
the actual.
I don't have the numbers to make that, so I'm gonna spend the 2 momentum. If it would used presence or command in any part of that, even if it wasn't a straight up presence command, I might have agreed to that. But insight con is a 9 for me, so that's just not gonna be possible.
All right, but yes, it's going to be a presence, or sorry, difficulty 1. I forgot what I said. Con plus presence. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, presence plus con. Essentially, it's negotiation.
Right.
Difficulty 1.
Cool.
For Vogel.
I think I'll just roll it. Take a chance here. Feeling lucky.
And you get a free reroll.
I will roll the 0 then. Huzzah.
You get a momentum. You have secured a place outside the city that has adequate land clearance to set up essentially a land. During your negotiations, though, they were asking for how you were going to pay for it. And one of the things you weren't exactly known up until that point was that they go by a barter system. So what did you barter for the lease of the land?
Well, this one would be right. Pretty simple. We're engineering a cure, and we intend to return the land to you once we are finished.
Since I did not say anything, I'll allow you to say whatever you want. But if you want to ask me, I'll give input.
Yeah, no, I think the barter is we have the medical resources to inoculate the people with the symptoms, and we intend to use the land to find a cure for this illness, and we'll return the land upon our complete. That's what I would say.
Can I have a voice since me and the Admiral are coordinating?
You can, but the medical supplies were a gift to the.
That's what me and that's what the Admiral or the Captain is going to inform, is that there's no price attached to the medical supplies, because those are a goodwill effort and the right thing to do, kind of say. We can trade. I'll inform the lieutenant that they are free to request any anything we can replicate except for weapons, which they probably wouldn't even ask for.
They would be very interested in like cultural, so like art, music, other sorts of items as well. They have no desire for weapons of any sorts.
I don't know if the captain. Someone may or may not know this, but Ratala has a fairly large collection of like 80s music, if they want that. In case it's relevant. I assume like that sort of thing would have been declared as like part of the ship's manifest or something, right?
So, I mean, like I said, Vogel, it's up to you on what you decide on what you wish to barter for.
Oh no,
this,
they
but
oh no, Captain stepped in. Go ahead, finish it, Captain.
I was just trying to give you the gist of understanding. Like the medicine is supposed to be a goodwill gesture. So if you're wanting to negotiate that, that's fine. But
yeah, so what I was trying to say is if our medicine is a goodwill gesture, the land requisition should be a goodwill gesture as well, and we will be returning this land when we are finished with it, so we're not really bartering anything.
Sorry, where is Lieutenant Vogel doing this?
I have no idea.
No, it's
okay.
It would probably have been at the back area of the. So,
mind if I say something? If she's back there. Lieutenant Vogel, if they're interested in music, I have a decently sized collection I could.
Yeah, so the point I'm trying to make is the captain isn't even here doing it, and they interjected that. So if the captain wants to take it over, he could take it over.
I justified that by the advantage I gave you, and I still left it up to you. I said that before.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're taking too much long with this. I either passed the thing or I didn't.
You passed it, so it's fine. We'll leave it at that.
The rest of it's all whatever. Like, just details, you know. They're not that important.
Doctor, who are you taking down with you? Your mic is muted if you're trying to talk.
Still muted.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, sorry. What's up?
Who are you taking down with you?
Reaver, the commander, and yep.
You find that the commander is waiting for you in the transporter room as you and Reaver enter.
Yep. She steps on the transporter pad and looks at him and says, "Commander,
Doctor?
I thought you were above babysitting duty." And she just waits to be transported.
Commander, I have the coordinates laid in from the magistrate's office.
Very good. Beam down when ready.
Nice, sir. Energizing. The three of you beam down. It's not like the sort of grove that you were in earlier, Commander. It's a little bit more modern. It's metal. It looks kind of like a real hospital in a way. When you do beam down, you notice like the location you're at. There are stretcher like the hover stretchers filled with patients, and doctors running frantically. He was being down with like one man, an individual, uh, sort of a very light playish blue color on his skin. Approaches like, you must be from the Starfleet vessel. I was told to be expecting you. I am Dr. Duarma.
Dr. Tolan, and she puts out her hand to shake it. I hear you're having a bit of an illness problem.
Yes. When can I expect the supplies?
She hits her comm badge and says, Lieutenant Leva, if you could beam down the medical supplies from Bay, please.
So this can be done probably from the cargo transporter.
Yep.
So if Calum, if he's at his computer because he's had nothing hardly to do.
Fair.
I actually am at my computer right now.
Hooray!
I did not hear you.
He said he's at his computer.
He can do the thing.
So this is a control plus engineering. This is by the ship's sensors plus engineering. The difficulty is 3, complication range is 2.
Okay. D. Difficulty 3, complication range 2. I will take 1 extra dice using threat. Or no, make that 2, so 3 threat. Yep.
God damn.
So that's sensors plus engineering.
Transported that like a motherfucker.
Language,
And...
please.
Yep, we're streaming.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. I fail at it too sometimes, don't worry.
Yep, sensors engineering for the ship. Whoever has it.
Sensors. Engineering. Oh, someone's there.
Tis not I.
Alright. Just gotta make sure there's no complication. But your momentum is maxed out. And the medical supplies are transported down to the planet's surface.
I believe these were what you were waiting.
Oh yes, and he kind of looks and he motions to several nurses like, please start distributing this out to the proper wings for treatment administration. If you don't mind, follow me. I will show you to an area where you can work on some research if you like, unless you prefer to do it on your ship or elsewhere.
Here is fine. I do have to ask, how are you on drawing blood?
We have multiple blood samples.
That's fine. I just wanted to keep everything within the appropriateness of your culture. And she will follow him as he goes.
You are a medical professional, correct? Judging by the insignia I was told to look for.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Excellent. I do hope you mind that patient confidentiality will apply in this situation.
Of course.
Our people value our spirituality, and our bodies are our temples. We wish to remain it that way.
I understand.
And he kind of takes you up into a room, and you in the room it's clear glass, and you can see all of the patients that are kind of in beds being treated, or you know, it's very busy in the medical facility. People coughing and generally look, from all the symptoms that you were given earlier, all the patients seem to exhibit those, along with some of actually the staff members as well.
Right. She looks at the doctor and says, I hope you don't mind. I would like to have your staff, actually, the ones that have taken ill, also put on stretchers. We can use my medical staff that I brought for this. A safety precaution for them.
I believe that's going to be a momentum spend to create to have a medical staff beamed down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I thought I had said I brought one with me, but that's fine. That's cool. Coolies.
As you're going through all their data and then all the blood samples that they've collected for you, it's pretty much more the same that you've seen earlier.
Okay. All right. Is there any difference in any kind of makeup between? That would kind of be mine. Like genetic differences between the different skin palettes.
Be a momentum spend, but other than for the most part, their genetic makeup is identical. In terms for like the hue skin, it's just slight deviation, no similar than what you see in like other species.
So it's like trill spots. They're different for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, that goes that window out of the way. doing a medical scan of one of the actual people, would I be able to tell if there is any radiation of any kind coming from them?
Reason plus medicine. Actually, reason plus medicine or science, difficulty 0.
Okay. Take a threat.
You're back to full, and there is no radiation.
Okay. Can I spin the floating to possibly negate a pollen from the planet? Reaction.
You can spend the one flown for the question, and there is no pollen that you can see in the blood or in the scans that would be interacting with their immune system in such a way that would cause this.
Okay. So something is causing an allergic reaction that is... Respiratory failure, just about.
I'll go ahead. So, moments
All right.
pass as you're scanning and doing, checking, trying to find something, and most stuff is, like I said, it's been sort of the same. Of like it's trying to find the culprit has sort of been proven a little bit difficult. As you working on that and scanning individuals, a woman and her child come rushing in. The child looks extremely swollen and she's kind of in a panic. She's asking for help, and the child is coughing up blue blood, which seems to glow a little bit.
Yeah, the doctor will immediately run over there, and immediately the first thing she'll ask is, has she ingested anything recently?
She looks to the other doctor, puzzled, as an outsider would ask of this, and we went to undergo we just recently did our pilgrimage.
She looks at the other doctor, the child, saying, I am a doctor, a healer, scan your daughter to make sure, see what's wrong with her.
It's her son, the boy.
Sorry, son. Yeah.
He just kind of nods, like, let her, work. And for a moment, it takes her a little bit of moments, like, very well. And then he motions for sort of a portable bed to be brought.
Yeah, and as the kid's being put on it, I will take out my medical tricorder and start scanning him.
Reason plus medicine, difficulty 3.
Okay. Genetics, infectious diseases, emergency medicine.
None apply.
Okay. That's fine. That's all good. 2 momentum. Roll 4 dice. Kid's life,
So
hopefully.
threat and 2 momentum.
Yep. I can re-roll that. Yep.
You get a momentum.
Mm-hmm. Huh. She immediately administers there's a drug for anaphylactic shock.
Epinephrine?
No, there is an actual. I mean, there's a Starfleet.
Give me a second. I'll look it up for you.
It is
If I can find the
Fine.
page.
Cortolin. Hits him with a dose of
Alright.
it.
You administer him with it. His reactions start improving slowly.
She is going to look at the doctor and say, "I'm going to need you to prep his mother. Ma'am, I'm going to need to scan you as well."
Okay, so
Ask you
this will be
a question.
a momentum spend. So I'm assuming
Alright.
you're wanting to compare the mothers and other people's
Yes.
for looking for that one particular thing that was mentioned.
Yes. Okay.
Ugh, the typo. Should never write this at 2 in the morning.
Okay. That's interesting. Is something in there, my question, body reacting to mineral or metallic element?
It is a momentum spend.
Fine. Sorry, guys.
Hey, it's solving the problem, so
Well worth it, I'd say.
yeah.
Right. The doctor, you wouldn't happen to have any for transfusions?
I'm sorry. Do not do transfusions. We've never had a need for it.
Right. She looks and doesn't see a dialysis machine, I assume. Hits her comm badge and says, "Dr. Talon to Tereshkova, I'm gonna need a dialysis machine sent down here immediately. Actually, probably about 12."
This is Tereshkova speaking. Yes, sir. I'll have the dialysis machines transported down immediately.
And she turns to the doctor and explains that there is a chemical compound bonding with the blood that is creating a neurotoxic effect. What she's trying to do is filter the blood and then put it back into the child. Sending dialysis to this man.
I'm sorry. I cannot allow you, doctor, to filter the blood. That goes against our very spiritual beliefs.
Okay. Let's see. Well, how are we going to remove the toxin from the child without...
My question is, are you going
Doctor-
to tell anybody about your discovery?
No, I am not. However, that does not solve the problem.
Doctors, is there no opportunity to any exception to the rule? or any particular ritual that may be taken that could allow for such a procedure?
No, there is not. We don't inform us, but removing the blood and filtering some of the elements out will actually do more harm to us, Commander.
The doctor is kind of like trying to like do that Sherlock thing where she's just like in her head. Okay, if we
Of this transfusion, can that be? Is there any ban against that, or is that simply because you've never done it? You never had need of it before, as you said.
We don't engage in such methodology, Commander. Long ago, we did eliminate the need for such things.
Dr. Trelon, do you believe a blood transfusion would possibly cure or save the lives of the patients?
Yes, but the thing is, and looking at this boy's blood, it would work, but it would almost have to be a full transfusion.
So you're saying it'd be fatal to the donor? Okay.
Well, it'd have to be multiple donors, but yes.
Oh, my mistake. Sorry.
Barbarians, Commander.
So I think you're missing one key thing though. Like their immune system is hyperactive. As a result of what's in their blood.
I'm trying to. I do. I can't. I don't think I can show my readings to the commander. What she's thinking is trying to make a compound that will target that specific and either eliminate it or where she can inject it, or I should.
Sorry, if you don't mind me asking, is this like a heavy metal that we found, or just a?
Yeah, spend a momentum. I want to know that answer. What is that?
That's actually going to be a roll. That's a
okay.
reason. That's
Fair
a reason
enough.
plus science difficulty 1.
Okay, got it. I got it. I can do this. Momentum for third dice.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, I wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah.
That's why you have a medical
Dude.
staff around to help you out.
Gain 2 momentum out of that.
Okay. Doop.
Is it in their lungs?
Well, if it's in their blood, it's in their lungs. There are veins in their lungs.
If it's a heavy metal, you could use a chelating agent, but I imagine that's probably what they're already using to treat it.
Are they?
Okay.
Maybe an isolated transport? That's probably
scale?
at it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but we can, if they'd allow us, we could beam them from. We could do a site to site and not allow any of the heavy metals to be rematerialized.
Using the biofilters.
That would kill them. That would kill them. I'm just saying that now. That would kill them.
Are we sure about that? Or...
Yes, we are sure about that.
Okay.
If you filter out, because okay, I'll just tell you. They actually have latinum in their blood, and it helps them like live.
So are they reacting to the latinum?
It's basically, it seems like black lung is
So the latinum. Okay, so from the one question he did ask, okay, the latinum that's in their blood acts as a bonding agent for their neural activity.
meaning they need it to live.
But aren't they allergically reacting to it though?
What they're reacting to is gold latinum chloride, which is, from what I'm guessing, it's like black lung. The description of where it's a byproduct of, a form of black lung.
So they're breathing it in.
Yes. And it's causing their immune systems to become hyperactive and then shut down.
Is it?
Oh, go ahead.
Could it be solved by atmospheric manipulation? Like, if we did not reverse any damage, we just stopped future damage, would they recover?
I don't think that would be.
Well, let me take the idea of atmospheric manipulation out of it and just ask, could we solve the source of the problem without having to treat the symptoms anymore? And that would solve the problem? Or do we have to both cut off the source and solve the current problem?
Both of those things would cause incidents.
Okay.
So
And
what is
like
the
cultural or medical?
Cultural. But and since I do need help with this, it's, yeah, the latinum dust is from manufacturing gold pressed latinum.
Well, I think all this knowledge only pertains to your character. This is just us as players helping.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what like treatments a doctor would probably know about.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming that some of the advice is coming from the medical staff that are here, because he brought down a staff of nurses and doctors.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, just you can dictate to us who you're gonna let know, because that may be relevant later.
Yeah. Reaver is definitely getting a copy of these. If she's looking at this, she's going to try and formulate a course of action, so to speak, of medication to treat their form of black lung, because that's what it seems like it is.
All right, so here, okay. Now
I know I'm trying to put it to real world diseases. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So real quick, do you explain this to the other doctor that's there with you on your findings?
Yes. Up to, yeah. She'll say there's latinum dust in this boy's body.
For one, he has no idea what you're talking about in terms of what latinum is, or the fact what is even latinum dust. He kind of he's. It's like I don't know what this latinum that you speak of. If you're referring to this, that is the Aunura. It is the life-giving source for our people. It renews and revigors our life.
And how long have you been she'll say, trying to choose her words carefully.
Maybe consuming.
She was going to say consuming, yeah.
Imbibing.
Point, she'd use the name that they gave it.
I must ask that you remain secret on this knowledge, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
We don't consume the Aunura. We absorb it.
Makes sense.
Huh.
Is this a recent phenomena? A recent thing you've been doing?
We've been doing it for several millennia, ever
Oh,
since
so-
the Aunura.
And the disease only happened recently.
The sickness, yes.
Yeah.
Hmm. Is there any way if she can tell if the latinum dust is what's it, or if it's something added to the latinum dust?
Like an impurity.
So, with the information I gave you, the latinum dust is a byproduct of the manufacturing of making gold pressed latinum.
Oh, so he's lying to me. Okay.
What do you mean?
It. Kidding.
Wait, can we establish that Latinum and the mysterious life-giving force are the same thing?
I'm
They
gonna type
are.
on my.
So, latinum is different. So, if you spend a momentum, I'll just give you guys the answer real quick for this.
Yeah, sorry. My brain, it's not putting the puzzle pieces together.
No,
Right?
that's why we have momentum.
Okay, so latinum is its own element. It's actually a liquid. It's not a. It's a
Mhm.
liquid metal similar to like mercury.
Yeah.
In order to make latinum a solid, they mix it with gold to make gold pressed latinum.
Mm-hmm.
Latinum on its own is more of a silverish color, which when added with the gold gives it the different, hue to it. And during that manufacturing process, there is some residue left over, which is the gold pressed latinum dust, which I kind of just made up, but it makes sense for smelting and stuff.
Yeah.
And the resulting dust is the mysterious life force thing.
Yes.
The
The
lat-
latinum itself is.
No,
Okay.
the latinum itself is. The
Hmm.
dust is what's making them sick.
So it's
Oh.
something about the chemical composition of the. Sorry, is the dust? Is it a compound with the latinum,
So-
or is it just mixed like an alloy?
With what I gave him. So
Yeah,
the
it's
latinum.
gold latinum chloride is what it is.
Yes. So
Okay.
the latinum is the bonding agent to their neurons. So the latinum bonds to their neurons and enhances it. All right. The other
Okay.
two added elements are not supposed to be there.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so this is kind of like some viruses operate where a false amino acid or something is produced and it's fitting in the hole of another chemical and inhibiting a biological process.
It's not really inhibiting the biological process. It's causing their immune system to attack their own body, and then
But like
just
it's
creating the allergic reactions.
but the golden chloride
Okay.
combined with the latinum is kind of
Is what's
pretending to be
poisoning.
latinum or acting like the latinum should, but doing more damage also.
No, it's. I think
It's just doing damage.
I think what's happening, by my understanding, is that when the latinum itself is there, it's fine, but it's something about the combination of the gold, the chloride, and the latinum that triggers a flag in their immune system that, it sounds like it's a little bit like when some people, I want to say lupus is one of those diseases where your immune system's just overactive and it starts
Yes.
essentially killing you because it's attacking basically everything. It doesn't know what to.
House would be so proud. It's finally lupus.
I was about to say, yeah.
Doctor, has your people ever traded with people known as the Ferengi?
You would have to ask the magistrate on that.
I believe I will. Thank you. Excuse me, doctor. I'm going to step away and call the ship.
And the doctor will take the other doctor and show him the chemical compound that she found and explain it to him that, the LA is the latinum, that's the Aunura mineral, but these two other minerals should not be there. Explained to the doctor.
This is most disturbing. Why didn't our scans show up with this? We were looking for any unknown elements as well. I wonder if our bodies filtered the rest of it out, and though abnormally affected our immune system. It was intriguing.
The people of Earth had a disease similar to what this effect is. Was called lupus, I believe. Hyperactive immune system.
I see.
It showed similar effects. However, this is a chemical imbalance.
Elements
that shouldn't be there.
We're gonna switch. We're gonna go to the next scene. We go down one momentum.
Yeah.
At this point, we're going to enter the scientific method phase. So you're going to choose, kind of follow Tereshkova, but you're going to choose a bunch of different focuses from individuals that are going to be a part of this. This is going to be medicine or whoever you choose for the scientific leader on this. Along with the actual focuses, you're going to give me kind of a reason as to why these focuses would apply to help come up with a cure for the Yuvanians. Yuvanians.
Okay.
Is it just the doctor that is participating, or are there NPCs participating too?
Reaver's there.
Okay.
The commander's there too.
Does the commander have a 2 in medicine?
2 in. I have a 3 in science. I have 1 in medicine. I have focuses. That's the only thing I can contribute.
Oh, is this a medicine or a medical?
Or
a medicine or medical?
Well, because don't you have to have the correct a 2 in the correct area to allow the use of focuses?
It's stage 3 that you worry about that. Stage 2, you can still throw them out, but I just won't be able to help roll with them.
Okay.
The doctor has genetics, and I can explain that away. It's the latinum is part of their, I guess, genetics to isolate the gold and the chlorine, or the gold chloride. The latinum should be relatively easy for her anyway.
I think Reaver would probably suggest xenobiology.
Yeah, there's that. I also have a talent for this, but yeah. It would be...
I think we still need one more
idea.
at least.
The only one of mine that on a reach might help is troubleshooting, in the sense of trying a variety of methods on very small scale and then seeing which one of those works first. So going with stuff that works in situations like this, and then trying it on a small scale to prove proof of concept, and then move from there.
The doctor also has hazard awareness. I don't know if that'll be useful.
Hazard awareness.
I don't think any more of Reaver's apply. She has surgery, infectious diseases, and emergency medicine also. I just don't think those apply.
Yeah, I have genetics and hazard awareness.
That's 4 focuses. So as the leader, if you're fine with that, then...
Yeah.
Hazard awareness does sound pretty applicable, since it seems like it's sort of a work hazard that's causing this, essentially.
Yeah. I was thinking this is almost a problem that can be solved by better mining procedures or smelting procedures.
Yeah, potentially.
Too bad our doctor
Uh,
focus in metallurgy. The
Well,
one time that'll be useful.
I was thinking more it was to be able to chart the patterns in the body and avoid setting them off or killing one of them. Separating the gold chloride from the latinum. Would be my
Right, so
argument
are you
for it.
starting with xenobiology, genetics, and troubleshooting? Or the 3 that you're going with at the start, or?
Yeah.
Alright. One of these is correct.
Yay.
Let
And
me
now
guess.
I'm-
Xenobiology.
But we can't ask Brax that.
So you have to tell me which
Biology,
one
though.
you're starting with.
Which path you're chasing down?
You doing
Yeah.
genetics, xenobiology, or troubleshooting?
Xenobiology first.
It seems like
Alright.
the most likely.
Give me a control plus medicine. I'm not telling you the difficulty.
And this can be assisted by the XO and Reaver.
Only by
Or
Can be
Reaver.
assisted
Only by
by
Reaver.
anybody who has a medical, or I'm assuming you're using medicine as your primary.
Mhm.
So it'll be anyone with a medicine score of 2 or higher.
That's why I can't help.
So I'm going to say something, and don't take it the wrong way, but whatever you had in mind, knock it down by 1 because I have quick study. It's for medical roles. It drops the difficulty by 1 species.
Since we set up a kind of a command area here, can the doctor be assisted by the ship's computers? Maybe computers medicine?
Oh, the difficulty increase only applies if I.
If you
I believe
stated
if I-
difficulty.
No, I did not state a difficulty. The difficulty is because it's pretty much static. So if I were to spend threat to add more to that difficulty, then you would ignore that.
Okay, fair enough. Cool.
Unless someone else has a different interpretation on that.
Did my power use up my thing?
I haven't read the rules on that, so I'm not sure.
Uh,
But are we
when
allowed?
attempting a task that involves an unfamiliar medical procedure, or which is to treat an unfamiliar species, ignore the difficulty increase stemming from your unfamiliarity.
I mean that does. I do understand the loss of the increase in difficulty, but that didn't specifically say any loss in advantage. I mean that's obviously up to the GM though.
Yeah, it's fine. What's? Oh wait, we didn't know the difficulty.
GM, are we allowed to use the ship since of the command area that we set up?
They're currently in the medical facility.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, you can go to the lab that you set up. I will allow that as an advantage, which the advantage can be a free reroll, or whatever you wish to discern on that.
Okay. I'm also spending my determination on either sentient life is precious or space is infinite discovery. Or hesitation is as bad as an action. I mean, hopefully one of them works.
I would say this sentient life is precious will be fine.
Okay.
In this case.
All right.
And Doctor, did you want to use that advantage? Did you want to spend for that?
Sure. And then take 2 threat. The 3rd dice.
We'll probably take that as a free reroll.
Alright.
And I'm gonna re-roll that with I'm gonna re-roll that. There we go. 6 so far.
you managed to formulate a cure for the Yuvanians to treat their hyperactive immune system, as well as purge out the chemical compound that was binding to their nervous system. So, FYI, the only ones that I would have accepted in this case would have been xenobiology, immunology, or medical yes, that.
Toxicology.
Which is lucky because I don't think we had the other two of those.
No, you didn't.
No, we
And
didn't. Metallurgy. Yeah.
It doesn't come
So,
up
yeah.
very often, so.
No.
But yeah, she also takes and deletes all of the scan data off of her tricorder and orders that all of her medical staff do the same.
Might you not want to give that to a copy to them?
She is going to give a copy to them.
Okay.
But just so she can keep her word to them, she is erasing the data. Yeah.
All right.
So
So my question is, what are you guys going to do next?
we are the magistrate's condition. The doctor will treat the magistrate immediately.
Well, you don't know about the magistrate's condition, but you synthesize a cure, and then you're. I would say at this point, like to kind of speed up, because we're approaching 11 Eastern. They will actually produce the chemicals that they need, because they have advanced labs and stuff as well, and then they will be able to get that and distribute out to everybody else. But there's still a lingering problem. How is this getting into their system?
Yeah. She explains to the doctor, Commander's help, I hope, explains that somebody may be smelting a thing called gold press latinum, and she will have the commander explain how that works because she doesn't know. She's not that kind of scientist.
I'll take out a pad and request of the ship a data dump on latinum and the process of making latinum, and just have it downloaded to the pad, and then show that to the doctor and walk them through the process.
And we will explain that the byproduct of this process is what's making their people sick.
And the Tereshkova will do that, but did the commander still want us to check it with the minister if they've been trading with the Ferengi at all? Or
No, I have to walk that back because I didn't know about the barter thing, because the commander wasn't there.
Right.
Yeah, because you were one of the original people that when we talked about the barter system that came up with the idea of bartering for land, weren't you? You weren't there for the actual barter process, but you suggested the idea originally, or were one of the people that suggested it.
No, I stayed out of that.
I don't remember. I know the people involved in the actual, but there was the discussion about that brought that up in the first place. I don't remember who discovered that.
Yeah.
That was you, because you looked up the diplomatic customs and stuff.
I knew about the land leasing thing, but I didn't know what the barter system was.
Okay.
That was discovered because I didn't ask that.
Okay, I was conflating those two in my mind.
You guys never really asked the question. I gave it to you guys. That's how they do it through the Admiral.
Okay.
So that would have been a momentum span.
Yeah.
But
Joan was elsewhere at that moment.
But yeah, they explain what's happening and to their people and what the cause of it is and how it happens and stuff like that.
I will have to go through I can pass this information along to the magistrate, but you would have, if you are clearly more knowledgeable about this area, you may want to deal with them yourselves.
I mean, I
I will
could
raise the
certainly.
medical concerns to them, but everything goes through the magistrate on these matters.
Well, if she would like
Yes.
an explanation, I'm sure the commander and myself would be happy to oblige.
Doctor, would you be able to arrange that meeting for us so you may have a faster communication with your own people? Since I imagine time is of the
I'm on a
essence.
low level. It depends if they get. They're more official dignitaries usually get a faster response than I would, Commander.
Well,
Perhaps the captain or the admiral, or yourself, Commander.
I'm thinking that as well. Commander Jones to Tereshkova.
Tereshkova speaking.
I need you to contact the magistrate's office to see about arranging a meeting. We believe we have a way to help them alleviate their problem.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to route the communication directly to you or deliver the message myself?
We need a meeting appointment set up, and we can site to site at their discretion. Myself
sir.
and the doctor will need to explain exactly what we're dealing with.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to update the captain, sir?
Yes, please.
Of course, sir. Will that be all?
Yes, that is all.
Tereshkova, over and out.
I will go to the transporter room to meet them second part of that beam.
I suppose I'll... Sorry, go
All
ahead.
right. So this is going to be a control plus engineering, difficulty 4, assisted by the ship's sensors plus engineering. I am spending some threat, and the complication goes up to 3. Because I'm only doing it for person from pad, but you're doing a site to site as well, and then on top of your basing it off coordinates that they give you. But you are granted an audience.
Okay.
Caleb still has his determination.
So does
Yeah.
Leva, because we made sure that she had that. And she has the transporter's focus.
So does Caleb.
Oh, he does?
I thought so.
He's
They both do.
I think so.
No, I don't.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's more focused on actual engineering with a couple of, like, security focuses to top it off. We've been relying on Leva so long that I don't think...
She's the transporter expert for the ship.
Fair enough.
GM, if she needs to use a determination to reroll, would I need to give her that determination before she starts the roll because I'll be in transport, or would I be able to give that to her during the roll?
You would. Well, didn't you guys spend? Yeah, she has determination because then.
She does.
You guys spent 3 momentum to keep the determination on her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she still has hers.
Well, no, I'm saying that because I was going to use it to the roll, and then if she needed to do a re-roll, I would give her mine.
Oh.
Because it is a difficulty floor. Okay.
Because you're in mid-transit, so you wouldn't really be able to
communicate.
Because the way it works is you have to say something to her. To give her that point of determination. Essentially, you're giving her words of encouragement, to succeed in that moment.
Don't kill me.
Well, you can give it to her.
I can't give it to her before the process starts. The problem is I'm just kind of committing to not getting my determination back. Like, I just have to kind of commit beforehand.
Yeah. That's the gamble, I would say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's kind of an important role. It's kind of late in the night. We kind of really don't have the can't afford to screw this up, and it's high complication. So I'm gonna give her my determination, just kind of as I walk in the turbo or to the transporter. Just Chief, I'm gonna need your best work on this. This is a pretty critical meeting, and I'll give her my determination with that. So I have a difficulty of 4 with a complication of 3.
Yep.
She'll spend 1 on no room for error determination. That is.
Okay.
And she'll straight up roll the other 2. Oh shit. Good job.
I need the ship.
Is that an increased complication for the ship?
Yes, it is. Sensors engineering.
Oh, I roll. Oh, it was already set correctly.
You're welcome.
All
It was set that way last.
You get 2 momentum out of that.
Huzzah!
I would use her technical expertise to re-roll that 0, but I'm just not gonna poke the bear.
don't tempt fate.
Right.
All right, the 3 of you find yourselves in the Valley of the Wisp.
Huh. This is a
And
beautiful
the magistrate she's not there, but the minister is.
I walk towards him and kind of give a slight bow. Minister, our doctor has made an important discovery, and she would like to share her knowledge with you and the magistrate. It might require an institutional fix. Well, actually, I won't say that because I don't think you've told me yet what.
No, I've been keeping it under my hat.
Yeah. So I'll just say I've been informed that it might be a difficult fix. So they wanted to speak with you personally because it may take you and the magistrate to solve this problem.
I see. And what is the problem? Have you found what's the cause for our playtest?
I kind of step back and this is Dr. Tolan. She will be able to inform you.
You see, and she pulls up her tricorder and starts to explain the appearance of the gold chlorine in their system with the Aunura, and it's acting as a neurotoxin. Then I explain comes to be.
And I go through the lecture on gold press latinum and what that is.
When he explained what gold press latinum is, he gets a very disgusted look on his face, like it feels like it's an abomination. He's like, who would create such vile things on our world?
Well,
that I can't be certain, as far as the doctor says.
Do your people deal? Have you ever had any trade dealings with the Ferengi or the Ferengi Alliance?
We have many trade dealings with many different cultures besides your own, Commander.
The reason I ask, Minister, is that one of the methods of trading is in gold press latinum. It's a common currency among various species.
The Ferengi being chief among those.
Yes.
Commander, could you pull up a slight condensed diplomatic report on the Ferengi?
Pulling that up now. And here you are.
We currently have no formal alliance with them, although we do have, like yourself, we do have some dealings with them.
He motions to one of his assistants to come here, kind of whispers into their ear, and they walk off. Tell me, Captain, what do you know of this we refer to as Aunura? You call it Latinum.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm about to say. Roll a. Sorry. This Latinum is very precious to us, and most likely in ways that it's precious to the Ferengi and other cultures, but we don't see that as a means of currency. The Aunura gives us life and vigor.
The doctor just keeps quiet because she was told not to say anything by the doctor.
I will trust that you three will keep that a secret.
We will. We'll encode that with the highest level of secrecy, known only to us and the diplomats that you deal with in the Federation.
And as a professional courtesy to your doctor, after giving him a copy of my findings, I deleted all the scans we had of your people.
Doctor, could you share the name of that doctor with the minister here? He may need to discuss with that minister.
She gives the name. I'm afraid to butcher the pronunciation, but she would not butcher it. Duarma. Yeah, there we go. She says Dr. Duarma.
We do know you are correct in that other species do value it, but they value it only as a medium for trade and for its chemical properties. They don't value it culturally like you do. I would suggest a system-wide ban on its trade at the minimum, or that you take efforts to cut down on its manufacture if it's going to harm you.
No, we do not allow the extraction of Aunura from our world, Captain.
But do you scan for gold press latinum? It does come in a different form at that point.
That
it comes
has
in
to
bricks
be
and slips and so on.
That is something
it has to be smelt.
we're going to correct in the coming days. Normally, we do not scan for such extractions, and even some of the leasing deals, we do allow individuals to extract certain metals from the ground, given that they inform us of the yield that they are extracting, and that they pay proper penance for that metal.
This seems like a legal change that you can make here on your planet. I think if we provide you with the relevant chemical data and cultural data on species that trade in this, you can formulate a plan that best serves your people.
Unfortunately, what you say is true, and at that moment, his assistant comes by and hands him a pad. It appears that there is, and he looks it over, and is I guess there appears to be a Ferengi trader that has at least some land out in one of a desolate area. This location is not known to have the Aunura. It's quite puzzling. He merely has a manufacturing plant, and all of his, I should say, emissions have met our inspection. And last one I said, they cross-referenced the chemical, and it's not currently airborne in our system. So how is this getting into?
The last case or the case that brought this revelation to my attention was a mother and child who said they got back from some kind of pilgrimage.
I see. It means they visit the pools.
Child was having a severe reaction to the chlorine in the latinum.
I can inform you that sometimes Ferengi traders do not abide by the laws of the planets they visit. It is not universal that they ignore laws, but they do have a tendency, a cultural tendency towards profit over any other consideration. So I would suggest you use your law enforcement to investigate this situation.
We have no weapons or forms of impunity on this world, Captain. And we usually trade in leased land and caution. I will have to ask for your aid once again. You may have to help us enforce a sort of break of lease with the Ferengi. He might not take too kindly to that.
We would be willing to assist you in this, assuming that we can sign an agreement that legally recognizes our right to act on your behalf in this singular matter.
The documents will be I'm getting tired. Be drafted shortly, Captain.
Well, that's that, I suppose.
If there's nothing else, Minister, we'll return to our vessel, and I will send the commander here and my best officers to handle this matter.
So, before you leave, they draft the documents. He signs the documents, or the document has you sign the appropriate form as well. It gives you permission to act on their behalf to seize the Ferengi perpetrators' land of lease, as well as any law enforcement engagement activities that he's violated, essentially. They're also giving you limited access to scan the planet on how the dust is getting into their pools.
Okay, with that information, we bid adieu, and I head back to the ship, and I turn to the commander. I'll be sending you a team. Do you require the doctor?
Not at this time, no. Although if the doctor wishes to continue helping with their medical requirements, could have her sent back at her discretion, of course, back to the hospital.
Kind of like to see how that child is doing. I did kind of leave him in a rough state. I gave him a bronchodilator, but I would like to check on his progress.
You're much more needed here, Doctor, than you are on the vessel, so you may take your leave.
She will actually walk to the hospital. She won't beam there. She'll walk there. If she can.
Guards actually
If she
stop you.
can.
Yeah.
If she
They
can.
will not
Doctor,
al-
this is a protected valley. Why don't you come back to the ship with me and transport?
Hey,
Commander, you may need to come back to the ship temporarily, too.
To cover the distance, if nothing else. Aye, sir.
Tereshkova 3 to beam up.
I'll route that message to. I mean, I assume the message goes to the transport immediately. I don't need.
Yeah.
It's not a
Yeah.
switchboard.
Yeah.
This isn't original series.
So, the three of you are transported back to the Tereshkova.
Commander, you may assemble your team. I'll be on the bridge if you need me.
Aye, sir.
and while the commander does that, the doctor looks at Corey and says, "If you could, beam me back to the hospital."
And they do so, and you're transported back down to the hospital.
Yep.
I'm not gonna
And
make you
she
roll
gets
for-
to work.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
For time's sake, do we want to say that the commander maybe asks Ritala?
I could assemble like a fire team. Well, quote unquote fire team. Obviously, we don't have automatic weapons or anything, but
Yeah.
So,
you know, just a small security team.
they give you the location of the land lease, but they don't know. They don't actually have a exact location of the how his operation works, like the smelting, because of privacy laws that they have.
Yeah.
Has-
Go ahead.
Has the scanning permit that we've been given us permission to like scan the facility?
The general area, yes. Of
Okay.
where the land lease is at.
So I'd suggest that we scan the facility. Actually, scan the facility. Perhaps the Ferengis, I don't know, illegally dumping in some secretive fashion that they're not catching. But
Can we say me and the commander are on the bridge to talk with Ritala about this?
we just move into the planning room if you want to. Or...
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to
Oh.
give the commander a reason to talk to you because he
right.
was off somewhere else. And I wanted to be able to ask Vogel to scan.
Yeah.
I assume, considering the delicacy of this situation, we want to limit ourselves to Type 2 phase. There's no need to escalate this into a military engagement.
You're our security consultant, Lieutenant. Although you need to filter your request through the XO, you're allowed to suggest the hardware you feel necessary to complete the task.
I suppose I could provide a more accurate evaluation if we could get a scan of the Ferengi facility, hopefully an estimate of the number of personnel he has at the facility.
I think Lieutenant Vogel can help us with that.
Ah, good. I'll step up from the chair and...
Scanning now, Captain.
Give me a reason plus science, difficulty 3, assisted by the ship's sensors plus science.
And we have 4 momentum.
4 on the table.
Also, with the hour, it might be a good time for determination if you wanted, because it is 11:30.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and use determination with value. Information is the key to overcoming any obstacle.
That hits it on the head, doesn't it?
Sure does.
He knows how to write them sensor values.
And then I'll go ahead and spend 2 momentum for an extra dice to turn on whatever the hell it's called. Cautious, yeah.
Tick and tick.
So it'll be 5, and then whatever the ship needs to assist with.
sensor science. You're at 2 momentum gain right now. Let's make that 3.
Make that 3.
So 5.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, I think we have 5 momentum.
Well, I suppose if we end up needing the Type 3s, we've got the momentum.
Yeah, because
Bring the biggest gun you have.
Bobo has like half a dozen things that let her ask questions for free, I think.
Yeah. I get 2 free questions.
Just drop an orbital strike on the manufacturing plant.
That might violate the document we have.
Yeah, probably.
Alright, I had to reword some of it, so...
So I'm thinking actually, just as a show of force, we may have the chief here plus one of his security detail armed with Type 3s, and then bring down a full security detail to enforce our warrant. And I'll be the lesser armed of us because I'll be hopefully able to talk them into just simply surrendering rather than giving us any trouble. But
a larger team with Type 2s, and then I can handpick my best officers, arm them with Type 3s if we need to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Hopefully it doesn't escalate to the point where we need to breach and clear the building, but...
Captain, data coming in.
I'll look over Vogel's shoulder.
There's a mining operation directly over the coordinates that they gave us. They appear to be tapping into a vein of latinum. It appears to be... the building seems to be of Ferengi design.
Can you check if that vein seems to flow into one of the holy sites?
Can I follow the flow of liquid latinum to see where it starts and ends?
On the topic of equipment, do we... Oh, sorry, go ahead. Never mind.
Captain, the latinum pools are part of a large underground vein that crosses the entire planet. It appears that all the latinum goes to these holy sites.
I think that's enough to enforce our warrant. Lieutenant, can you scan? Can you look through your scans real quick to find optimum tactical positions for a transporter insert?
Perhaps I should be the one to...
You can...
So I do have one more question. I'm going to try to detect number of life signs for you.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One moment.
Sir, I'm reading about 35 life signs at the facility.
Species?
That will cost a momentum. I am out of free questions.
I think we can do that
That's
because we
part
need
of
to
the
know
question. I
how
was going
many.
to type it out.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
Let's take that back then.
Because 35 Ferengi is a lot different than 5 Ferengi and 30,
Nausicaans or something.
Nausicaans.
Klingons.
Jem'Hadar.
Okay, at that point, I think we might just need to orbital strike the place.
We're definitely going to be, like, sending down half the ship's complement armed with Type 2s and 3s.
Yeah.
Lieutenant, you might want to look at this too.
I will. I'll move up to
Let me
console.
post it in chat.
Okay. Hey.
Oh no.
Yeah, we're going, do we have pulse grenades available? Because...
Well, hold on a second.
You have... Go ahead.
I want to open a hail real quick to the minister. Just on the view screen.
Comes online.
Minister, we've found the problem. The Ferengi are mining minerals illegally and dumping and some of the industrial waste is seeping into the veins which feed the pools at the religious sites. We are planning on shutting this operation down, but we believe that the inhabitants are armed very heavily. They seem to be made up of mercenaries from our experience. So we are planning on using a very large show of force, and we want to clear that with you before we make a move.
I would prefer if you were to do a non-violent solution, Captain. We do not condone violence on our planet.
Understood. We will endeavor to make that happen. Do we have permission to use violence, though, if it becomes necessary?
We'll attempt to engage non-lethally, of course, if possible.
I promise you, like, on my honor, that we will exhaust all non-lethal options first.
If it is only a last resort, Captain.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have any more questions of us before we engage?
Please do not damage the facility. If what you say is true, the contaminants, if there was more of it, could spill into these veins and cause even more problems
Minister.
for us.
We will prepare a surgical, non-violent strike, Minister.
Captain, may I offer a alternative?
I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at what Joan just said in the chat.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Would it be? It might be possible to beam the entire mining operation up to the ship. That way, we wouldn't have to risk a armed conflict on the planet. We could beam them up and disable any weapons that they may have, and then they will be locked in our cargo bay, so to speak.
I think this is a good solution. We can only beam up people at this stage. I don't want to try to beam up any equipment.
Right, but if they happen to be carrying any weapons, it would be transported with them, and our transporters can disable the weapons, rendering them useless.
Still,
this seems like the proper solution.
I concur.
My concern with transporting them aboard is, regardless of whether or not they're armed, I don't feel entirely safe transporting a number of a number of Nausicaan and Orion mercenaries aboard.
Well, we're gonna have to retreat. We're gonna have to force them to leave anyway.
We are, yes, but
Lieutenant, we're gonna have to accept this risk on behalf of the planet. We're better capable of handling this than they are.
Very well. Which cargo bay will we be transporting them to? I'd like to prepare an ambush if we can.
I kind of give you a 1 second look and turn back to the Minister, who's still on the screen. Minister, do you have anything else for us?
No, but please use discretion, Captain.
Understood, Minister. Tereshkova out.
Perhaps, and actually, one thing I was considering, Captain, to add to the Lieutenant Vogel's suggestion is perhaps we man all the transporter rooms plus the cargo transporters to move the large amount of people quickly before they have a chance to really respond to us. It would be a drain on the ship, but I think a ship this big, we might be able to move a number that small in rapid succession.
I believe so. Let's get... I'll get with Lieutenant Calum and get his best transporter people assigned.
Mm-hmm.
Lieutenant Vogel, why don't you lead the effort on coordinating the scans with the transport to beam the correct people up from the that center behind the bridge. I don't know what we call it. The ward room.
Yes.
And Commander, why don't you oversee the transfer of people from transporter bay to cargo bay? And Lieutenant Tereshkova, why don't you organize security teams to meet to have overwhelming force in each location?
Sir, if I may make a further suggestion, I don't know if it's possible, but it would be best if we could transport them to a centralized location rather than. Well,
We don't.
You could just beam them to the brig.
we could. Yeah.
We could. The only thing I'm afraid of is I don't know if you're going to make us roll for this, and we only have one person who can reliably do this kind of stuff. Maybe two if Calum uses determination and stuff. So I didn't want to accidentally kill half of them.
So I'm gonna pretty much put this as one roll. I'm gonna kind of be this as the scientific method. There's gonna be a number of successes that will be required to successfully do this task.
Okay.
Which you're gonna have an interval. All right. So think of this like a pseudo scientific method. I'm not gonna tell you the difficulty, but you're gonna have 6 intervals to do this. And you're gonna need a number of successes to beam everybody out.
Okay. Based on the
And-
things that I've said so far, if I have Lieutenant Tereshkova in the brig, if I have maybe Calum coordinating, picking the right engineers for the job for the transport, and Vogel helping on identifying people and relaying that to the transporters, can all 3 of those people assist?
If one of them are at a console where a transporter is at, then yes.
Okay. I think Tereshkova wouldn't be at a console. Their assist would be like a control security or something to maintain order during the transport.
I'm not. This is just for the transport. That's not for the containment.
Okay.
This
Then
is
probably.
getting
Then we
fascinating.
could probably get an
I
assist
will-
from Vogel and Taubin then.
So what I will say is, it'll be a difficulty 2. This will be an advantage that you have a proper containment facility to place all of them. This will be just a control plus security roll. To make sure that the cargo bay is successfully contained properly to handle the 35 individuals. So yes, control engineering difficulty 2.
Sure. Was it control engineering or control security for the cargo
Sorry,
bays?
control security. I'm getting tired.
Me too. I'm running on 4 hours. Could I use strategy
Same
and
here.
tactics to apply to this? As a sort of since I'm sort of coordinating security teams and thinking about, if I'm trying to capture these people and contain them properly, how I'd, want to plan that out and go about it.
I will add an increased complication. And yes, out there, I've taken a page from your book.
Okay. So I'll apply that focus. Detect danger, hidden enemies. I don't think I really have any talents here.
You could use your determination.
Yeah, I think I will. And that would. How do I get rid of that?
I'll
Increase that
allow
to-
your assist, Jonah, but so you won't be able to assist them though on the transport roll.
I can assist there because I have an actual
Yeah.
decent engineering.
And the big reason I'm doing this to get, I offer a single die because I'm assisting with reason
Alright.
roll. Well, I'm assisting with my reason, I should say.
So it's a focus, yes. Complication range of 2. Task roll of 2, or is it 3 because of the?
It's
2.
Difficulty
It's 2, right?
Because you're creating an
Determination.
advantage. Difficulty will always be 2. So
Okay, here we go.
Oh, that's 5.
Is that?
Yeah, you made
your
it by a
max
lot.
momentum. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
Don't worry about it then.
I don't think you need. No, you're gonna roll, Commander. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, it was
I
more
just
of
wanna see
a
if
the re-roll of the die. I was like, oh, you don't need my re-roll. Oh well, here you go.
All right. So you're at max momentum. So you're gonna have 6 intervals. It's control plus engineering. You'll have 1 assist from the ship with sensors engineering, and then whoever else is going and doing the transport as well.
Do you guys
Um,
think it?
So
May I May I offer an alternative discipline for my assist, control science, with a focus in sensor ops? Because the way I see what my character's doing in this is finding the people and relaying their coordinates to the transporter teams.
Because they need to be beamed up in like groups and stuff. So someone actually identifying the proper groups is probably
Right.
I
Yeah,
will allow
that's
that.
what I was thinking.
I'll
And
allow
then-
that, but I'm going to increase the complication to 2 or to 3.
Did we still want to spend the momentum to arm the security teams with type 3s, or probably not at this
No,
point?
we have a nice containment thing that we.
Okay,
set up.
If this succeeds, they're going to be in
Briggs.
in the brigs with force fields on, and the transporters will disable the weapons. So you have every advantage if
So-
it succeeds, of course.
Might I suggest something to you, Vogel? Possibly using a momentum to get a team of people to help you with this to reduce the complication down, if you're worried about that.
Well, I would just be assisting in this. Someone else would
so
be
never
doing
mind.
the main
Yeah,
work.
I
don't
think
worry about it.
I think the lead on this is probably going to the engineer here, Calum.
And he has a team to begin with.
Right.
All right,
Well,
Calum, it's your show.
All right.
Okay, so let's see here.
Oh my God, Caleb is here.
Yeah,
I
I've
know.
been here.
I feel bad because he hasn't. I haven't. We've just forgot about him.
Oh, so good grief. I think I'm gonna have basically me and Leva in 2 different transporter rooms. You said complication range is 3.
Yep.
What's the difficulty again?
The difficulty is unknown because I'm treating like the scientific method. So you have 6 intervals.
We
get
need to
that
get
done.
as many successes as possible.
Yes.
Okay, well, I would like to use my engineering team basically to increase Vogel's targeting sensors, reducing the complication by 1.
Okay.
Narrowing the
So,
confinement fields, I see.
Narrowing the annular confinement beam, yes.
So complication range is 2.
Yes. So I am also going to use my determination. Not everything is covered in the handbook or precise to a fault, your choice.
With the help
I'll
from
accept
Vogel.
price to the fault.
Okay, and then yeah, take 2 threat and spend 3 momentum.
Oh, maximum dice. Go ahead and.
Oh,
Ooh.
Ouch.
that's a reroll from one of my bolds. But and
Suggestion,
if we can
you
buy the other one off.
Oh, we can buy the other one off, yeah.
Bot.
All right. So there was the reroll.
That's
3,
6.
4, 6.
And we still need the ship.
Is that
Oh, yeah.
8?
That's 8 because of your
8,
determination.
Yeah, we just need the ship.
Ships.
Yeah.
Come on, ship. I think a 10 is a good.
Sensors engineering.
Sensors, engineering. Oh,
Yep.
someone's there.
Sensors engineering.
What are you doing?
That's
Nine.
9.
Stop.
With some swift work, Calum, and the rest of your team, along with Vogel, you managed to quickly pick up all the individuals inside the manufacturing plant. Yeah, difficulty was actually 7. There is no momentum game because
Because of it's the sign method. It eats momentum.
yeah.
Yeah.
Worth it.
Wow,
Yeah.
right on the dot then.
Just-
2 more than that actually, but yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Right, because of the twos.
Hail incoming.
On screen.
This is the Ferengi Marauder. Why have you beamed up my employees, Federation?
Under the jurisdiction of... What is the name of the planet again?
Yuvara.
Under the
Yuvara.
under the jurisdiction of the planet of Yuvara, we have arrested 35 individuals on suspicion of illegal mining operations. We will be discussing their fate further with the planet. You are more than welcome to accompany us to a star base to plead their case.
I do not need to plead my case with you. I have an agreement with them, Captain.
Then you may plead your case with them, but the people will remain in the brig until the magistrate of the planet has agreed to release them.
This is foolish nonsense, Captain. I demand you release my people right away.
Are you a daemon, or are you of lower rank?
I am a daemon. I am Daemon Gorbu.
I assumed I was dealing with someone of low rank. Yes, you can continue to request your people. I will send over the proper forms. Make sure you do them in complete triplicate, and send them to this starbase for processing. We should have an answer for you in 2 to 3 days.
This is nonsense, Captain. And I'm assuming you sent over the data?
I send over all the correct forms for filing a legal complaint.
This is outrageous. And the channel goes closed, and you see the Ferengi Marauder turn and warp away.
Hail the magistrate.
Magistrate comes on screen. Captain.
We've apprehended in a non-violent fashion all 35 offenders. We assume, since you do not have weapons, that you will not choose to incarcerate them. Would you like to inform us of if you would like us to take charge of them?
We have no need for incarceration on our world. Have they violated any Federation laws?
They are outside of our jurisdiction. We are only temporarily operating under your jurisdiction. So we have no right to hold them or keep them.
I see. If you could remain in orbit for a while, we will have a preliminary hearing on what to do with the matter. If we choose to incarcerate them, we might have to use one of your facilities for that.
I will have our diplomats start writing up an agreement for that.
Understood. And thank you, Captain. We will be sending over a team of engineers to dismantle the facility, as well as pump out this vile substance that has infiltrated our sacred pools.
Thank you, Minister. And we will allow our medical team to stay longer to help with any after effects.
That is most gracious of you, Captain. Thank you. And the magistrate, she sends her condolences and blessings upon you, Captain. You have done a great service for our people.
Give the magistrate my best regards.
I will indeed. And the channel closes. The Admiral looks to you, Captain, and she goes, "Well done, Captain. I'm impressed."
Well, we're not out of it yet, Admiral. We have a legal minefield to walk.
We do indeed. If you don't mind, I would like to use a communication ray. I think it might be in our best interest to figure out what that Ferengi was doing. I'll have another ship chase after them, if you don't mind. Believe you're, though, needed here.
I have had quite the fill of chases recently. We would like to stay and assist.
I'm sure you have, Captain. And with that, we're going to bring the session to a close.
Oh,
Good lord, that was a marathon.
to find another